right, greetings everybody, and welcome to Conflict Radio. Today we're going to be doing another special. Cheese, come here. Cheese, come on, off. Come on, off. You got it. All right. All right. So today we're going to be doing another special. We're going to do a cryptozoology special. I think one of them is a starseed show, but that's all right. It's still, starseeds can be considered cryptids, right? I mean, why not? Anyway, we're gonna do episode 20 with Black Eyed Kids. This is one of my favorite shows that I've ever done. It's a pretty awesome show here, so I hope you guys enjoy it. That's with Michael Vasey. And then we're gonna have a episode 28, the Barrens Devil, Jersey Devil. We're gonna do a show on that with Leigh Paynter. That's a pretty awesome show as well. And we're going to do episode 32, Starseeds, Where They Are From, Where Are They Now? Aurena, Agathe, Fohler is going to be joining us for that one. And then we're going to be getting into episode 61, the Alabama White Thang, Monsters and Black Eyed Kids with David Weatherly. Now, the Alabama White Thang's pretty much what we have down here in Alabama, but it's just our version of the Bigfoot. We just call it the Alabama White Thang for some reason. That's just the way it is. I hope you guys are enjoying the best of series we got going on here for the month of December. We are going to have one more Conflict Radio episode next week. That's going to be Tuesday. I think I'm recording Tuesday instead of, I don't know if I'm going to be recording it or going live. I guess I'll let you know later on as we go here. But that last show is going to be with Laura Eisenhower. Yeah, we're going to be taking a break for the holidays. We'll come back sometime in January, February, whenever, with season 3. And I hope you guys are enjoying everything that we got going on here at Conflict Radio. We deserve a break for the holidays too, and we're going to take it. But I mean, up until then, we're going to be flying out these best of episodes. I have been getting a little bit of feedback from people that are enjoying these, so we're going to go ahead and keep popping them out. Anyway, today is, today's the 5th. This should be going out here sometime tonight. And then 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, whatever. We're going to be doing these shows every week. So I hope you guys enjoy it. This is 4 episodes. It's our cryptid special. And until next time, guys, enjoy the show. You're listening to Conflict Radio on the Conflict Radio Network. Greetings, and welcome to Conflict Radio. Today, we're going to be speaking with Gary Michael Vasey. And Gary has over 40 books in print. He's an established author with notable contributions in the area of the paranormal, including several #1 bestsellers in the supernatural category, metaphysics and magic, poetry, and business. He is also a collector of your own strange stories at his Haunted Life 2 TOO website. He is also the presenter of the Magical World of G. Michael Vasey podcast series. In 2016, he resumed his interest in music and has released 2 albums of self-penned and self-performed songs, and since then, he has been churning out catchy songs at a rapid rate. He was born in the city of Hull in England and grew up in East Yorkshire. His Haunted Life trilogy of books has been highly successful, reaching #1 on both sides of the Atlantic. His most recent books have included a tour of the supernatural side of the Czech Republic, a set of scariest stories submitted to his website, a new book of magical experiences, and a beautiful volume of poetry. Now, Michael's going to be joining us for a little while. His best-selling books are pretty interesting. The Chilling True Terror of the Black Eyed Kids, a monster compilation, 2nd edition, and Black Eyed Kids, Can We Come In? Terrifying Encounters. We're going to talk to him because I got an email from a listener, and he had a really interesting story to tell about Black Eyed Kids, and asked if I could get somebody on to discuss the subject. And what I did was I went ahead and got somebody who wrote a couple best-selling books on the subject, and I actually got a hold of the listener and had him join us on the show as well. So if you have a story that you'd like to tell, or if you have a guest that you would like to speak with, send me an email just go to my website, www.conflictradio.net, and hit the contact tab, and you'll learn all about how to get in touch with me. So we're just going to go ahead and get right into it. We'll be right back right after this. Welcome back to Conflict Radio. We're with Gary Vasey. He's going to talk to us about black-eyed kids. Gary, how are you today?
Good, a little warm.
Now, your book, The Black-Eyed Kids, I did some homework on this. I was trying to find somebody who knew about black-eyed kids. I've got a listener who sent me a really awesome story in my email, so I decided to find a guest and then get that listener on. So we're going to be bringing him on in a little bit. But can you tell me about black-eyed kids? What are they? What's going on?
Yeah, well, I mean, exactly what they are we can get into, but the general sort of storyline that has become popular as a bit of an urban myth, I guess, is that at some time late in the evening, there's a knock on the door, and where the person in the house, hearing the knock, starts to feel a strange sense of unease, usually, almost like a precognition that something not very good is going to happen, I would suggest. Well, if they don't answer the door, then the knocking continues persistently until they go to the door. Maybe they'll look through the peephole or something, and they'll see a couple of kids. The kids will usually be teenagers. There might be 1, 2, 3 of them. They are usually dressed in a sort of Victorian style, kind of differently, not quite right. It doesn't fit, the dress doesn't fit with sort of today's style. And the person answering the door gets more and more nervous, usually. The kids start to say, let us in, let us in. They may use different excuses to get in. It might be use the telephone. Usually it is use the telephone, but it could be other reasons. Sometimes the story takes place in a car, so they want a lift somewhere. It's the same kind of story. And at some point in this sort of encounter, the person will open the door, will see these 2 kids, because, 2 kids on the doorstep, 14, 12 years old at midnight, you start worrying why they're there. Have they got lost? Parents, where are the parents? Do I need to help them? But then you open the door and you've got this horrible sense of something's not right, increasing fear crawling up the back of your neck, and then you notice their eyes, and their eyes are completely black. And this is when usually people bolt, close the door, won't let the kids in. And sometimes this will be associated with electronic malfunctions, so the lights will flicker, electrical things won't work, the TV will go on and off. Usually the kids will hang around for a while, persistently knocking. Sometimes they'll start to get threatening, let us in or else. And that's basically the story. And it's a very compelling story. And as we will probably discover later on, I run a website, and it's called myhauntedlife2.com. And the idea there is the typical one. You send in your stories of encounters with the paranormal. And when I don't have a story from you, I have a couple of stories of my own that I've posted. And so over the years, I've collected thousands and thousands of stories. And since I've seen ghosts pretty much since I was a kid, and been involved in magic and all this sort of stuff, nothing really bothers me particularly. But one day I got about 4 or 5 years ago, I read this story that someone submitted, and it was exactly that story. It was black-eyed kids on the doorstep. And for the first time in a long time, I had that sense of, oh my God, this is really, really pretty scary stuff. And I'd hate to be alone in a place at midnight and have this happen to me. So I posted this story thinking it was like a one-off, because I'd never heard of black-eyed kids, I'll be honest with you. And the next thing I know is this thing's all over the internet, and I've got tens and tens of stories pouring in all different types of contexts. How can black-eyed kids be on a USAF base with high-level security, but there they are, somebody's having an encounter on a USAF base, an RAF base. There's lots of stories at Walmart for some reason. And then I started to think, well, this is sort of a North American story. But it isn't, because when I started to delve into this, and I like to do research around these stories. So I gather stories, I see a trend, and then I like to do some research and try to get to the bottom of what's going on. And this is what I started to do with the black-eyed kids or black-eyed people stories. And the more I dug, the more I found that, in fact, these kind of stories are everywhere. Australia, UK, France. And although some people will tell you that this was a sort of story that was made up by a guy called Brian Bethel in Texas not so long ago and sort of went viral because of internet, the truth is that I have stories going back 100 years plus. And if you then sort of broaden the search to just this generic black-eyed, white-skinned kid that hangs around in forests or bothers people, then it goes back into prehistory. So it seems like whoever these black-eyed kids or black-eyed people are, they've been bothering humanity for quite some time.
So have you heard any stories of people actually letting them in?
I've only had 2 stories of people letting them in. And in both instances, it was a pretty unpleasant encounter. In one, they basically were allowed in by, I think it was the lady allowed them in because her husband went to the kitchen to get the telephone. And they both fell ill. Their pets all died. They both got some kind of disease. I think one had cancer. They both survived, but they escaped by the skin of their teeth. And in the other example, they really suffered in terms of the kids telling them that they were going to die, and they developed cancer and other illnesses, but again survived. And if these black-eyed kids are so prevalent, particularly it seems in sort of your neck of the woods in southern US, a lot of stories in Texas, Alabama, that kind of Mississippi Valley region,
okay,
then you have to ask yourself, well, surely some people must let them in. So what happens? And in the book, I do make a bit of a comparison between the fact that there was one set of incidents with black-eyed kids in a neighborhood and the family completely disappeared around the same time that these black-eyed kids were in the neighborhood. Now, of course, I can't make the connection really, but in terms of like author privilege, you start to ask the question, well, could they have been the victims of black-eyed kids? And if black-eyed kids are so prevalent, and if some people let them in and there are no stories, could some of the thousands upon thousands of people that go missing every year be down to black-eyed kids? Your guess is as good as mine, but I don't see why not,
Yeah. Now, so what do they want? Do they, like the people that have let them in, have you heard any stories about them saying like they want something or they have to give them something? Or
Well, they want 2 things. They want to be let in. That's very important. And they want to use the telephone, the telefax, I think in one instance, or they want a ride to some place. And, if you're going to be possessed, then basically the demon needs to have your permission to possess you. And so when a black-eyed kid asks to be let in and you say yes, you're granting them permission to cross the threshold, which means take control of you. So if they are sort of a demonic type entity, then you're actually, by agreeing to let them in, you're allowing them to take possession of you. So what do they want? They want to possess people.
now, do you think that the kids that are there are possessed kids?
It's very difficult to say what they are. I put a lot of effort into trying to figure that out. And of course, some people have made a link to UFOs and aliens because of the black eyes, etc., and the men in black. Some people talk more about demons and the demonic. I think that I'm interested in the paranormal. I'm also interested in the occult and magic. I'm a practicing magician. And I have come to the conclusion that we create our own reality and that there are 2 ways entities like this can exist. They can either exist as independent entities out there that we normally wouldn't see, wouldn't interact with because they're in a slightly different vibration, but under certain circumstances, we can see them. And these entities feed off our fear or sexual needs. That's the energy that they suck on. It's like a vampire, but it's not the blood they're after. It's your fear energy or your sexual energy or whatever. And black-eyed kids and the old hag, the thing that sits on you in sleep paralysis and takes advantage of you, that would be another example of that type of entity. The second type of entity is one that you actually grow and give life to yourself by potentially constantly thinking about something negative. And you create a thought form which then begins to attach itself to your aura, and you energize it every time you think negative thoughts like anger or lust, for example, until the point it literally can take on a life of its own, and it starts to control your behavior in order to get the energy that it needs to survive. And this sort of parasitic entity, I think you had Anthony Peake on, and Anthony and I have some similar theories about parasitic entities and egregores, thought forms created by human thought. In the case of the black-eyed kids, I don't think it's a thought form. I do think it's an independent parasitic entity of some type that feeds off of our fear or sexual energy.
All right, yeah, we did have Anthony Peake on. He's a fascinating character. Did you mention black-eyed kids to him?
Yeah, he's read my Black-Eyed Kids book. He's read most of my books. We talk on and off. I had the pleasure of being asked to review his first book about life after death, and was completely fascinated by his approach, and have been in touch pretty much ever since. I had him as a guest on my podcast just recently as well. So I spoke to him just recently about his last book. And we got into talking about parasitic entities, and then we sort of drifted into talking about synchronicity, because as you know, Anthony Peake, I don't want to go too far off topic, but this is good.
Yeah.
Anthony Peake is into this idea of synchronicity, as am I as a magician, because when my life has coincidences that are synchronous, then I feel I'm on the right track, yes, in terms of where my life is going. It's me telling me I'm on the right path, so to speak. And we started to talk about the paranormal show Hellier. I don't know if you've come across the show Hellier.
No, I haven't actually.
But it's a big-time paranormal show that's into 2 seasons. It's independently done. You can see it on YouTube or the Hellier website. That's Hellier. And it was really, it was ridiculous. We start talking about Hellier, and it was synchronicity after synchronicity after synchronicity, to the point like you just felt that the whole conversation had gone crazy. But to go back to the original topic, I think that Anthony and I have similar ideas about what these entities are, and I would class the black-eyed kids, black-eyed people in with things like shadow people, the old hag, which is the sleep paralysis thing, succubi, incubi, demons. I think these are all sort of intradimensional beings that feed off human energy, and in order to get us to be frightened, they frighten us. This is that simple.
Yeah, shadow people is something that, I've actually seen one once, and I wasn't very scared of it. It just kind of walked off, into the corner of the house or whatever, and I didn't really think much of it except for, well, that was a shadow person.
There's shadow people and there's shadow peoples. So there's the Hat Man and there's various characters that are a bit more obnoxious and a bit more well known, and they tend to also be part of this sleep paralysis experience sometimes with certain people. Sort of like the generic sort of shadow, I think, could be something else. That could be even seeing a sort of parallel universe, having a glimpse of a parallel universe. I have an author that I talked to called Tom Bowley, and he lives in Philippines, and he wrote a book about ghosts in Japan, and which I published through my little publishing company. And he tells a beautiful story, in fact, of how he encountered a shadow man on his staircase, and they both stood looking at each other, and the shadow man turned and ran. So the thinking was maybe he was the ghost in the shadow man's universe. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, in today's time, since we've all been locked down and everything, have you noticed an increase in sightings, or has it been a decrease, or is it about the same? You think?
No, it's been much slower in terms of stories coming into me about black-eyed people, black-eyed kids, than it was for a couple of years around the time before I put the book out. We do get the odd story. We had a story a couple of 3 weeks ago about black-eyed kids, and it was a very typical encounter. I don't think that black-eyed kid encounters are as common as you might think reading the internet, but I do think that they've been going on for centuries, and therefore, because we live in the era where people have blogs and social media and easy ways to communicate, the stories have become more prevalent. I do think also that from time to time, people make up stories just because, they want to feel important. They want something nice to say on Reddit. So you have to be a bit cautious. But like I say, I've discovered stories about French black-eyed people and black-eyed kids in the 18th century. The certain indigenous American Indians, their bogeyman were black-eyed kids that lived in the forest. And, would steal your soul, that kind of thing. So these black-eyed peoples have been around, I think, as long as we have. And there is obviously some kind of symbiotic relationship, which is in their favor, not ours. The other thing is that this idea of black eyes has sort of taken on psychological meaning, because if you think about Hollywood horror movies, they often use the black eyes to indicate demonic or possession or something nasty and evil. And even in normal psychology, they will talk about angry people developing black eyes. And in the book, I did it as an investigative account as opposed to just a bunch of stories, although I utilized stories throughout to sort of illustrate the point. I actually got into talking about some of these other meanings of black eyes. And I think I quoted from a book called The Eyes of a Sociopath by Donna Anderson, in which her husband, who normally had bright light blue eyes, when he lost his temper, his eyes would change color to black and he would become an evil person. And it's almost as if they're taken over by a demonic moment or a demonic entity. It's almost as if with them, the entity has actually attached itself and is driving their behavior.
Do you think it's possible for the entity and the person to be occupying the body obviously at the same time, but the entity actually...
The black-eyed, the demonic entity wouldn't be occupying the body, but would be attached to the energy body of the person more or less permanently. And then that entity can, in fact, drive your behavior if you're operating semi-consciously. And let's face it, most of us operate throughout life more or less totally unconsciously all the time. We don't actually think about what we're doing. We're not living in the moment. We don't really know what we're driven by. And if someone is an alcoholic who's prone to strong temper and fits of rage, could very well be, providing food energy to a demonic entity that's attached itself to them and is basically driving that behavior. And this is the sort of overlap with magic, because in magic, what we do as magicians, occultists, is we look at ourselves and we try to examine ourselves and change ourselves, because it is our behavior that causes cause in our life, and it is the effect of that behavior that we feel. So if we cannot get on with people and are constantly being put down, the idea is examine what it is about yourself that needs to change and take responsibility for it, change the cause, you get a different effect. So magic is making changes in effect by changing the cause, yes? And so I think all of these things are interrelated. those people that think, for example, that black-eyed kids are aliens, well, if they are intradimensional beings, and if you subscribe to certain aspects of ufology, people like Alan Greenfield, for example, he thinks that these UFOs are ultra-terrestrials, i.e. interdimensional beings, and they are in fact one and the same as the very demons that people like Aleister Crowley used to summon up. So you start to get this amazing, it sounds bizarre if you haven't looked into this thing and sort of started to convince yourself, I know it does, but it's possible that UFOs and aliens and demons are one and the same thing. They're just they're intradimensional beings that have a symbiotic relationship.
I'm getting you a little muffled coming in now.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Maybe the internet. They're just ultra dimensional beings that have a symbiotic relationship with humanity, and that they have had since time immemorial, potentially. But I tell you, the black-eyed kids are the one thing that if I'm going to be frightened, it's at 2:00 hearing a knock on the door, and I have since I got into black-eyed kids. They say once you've heard about them, they may visit. And there's been once or twice when I've woken up at 2-3 o'clock in the morning because of some knocking at the door, whether I was dreaming it, imagining it, whether it was real. Gosh, it certainly got my attention.
Yeah, I would imagine it would. Let's take a break, and then when we come back, let's get on one of our listeners who wants to talk to you. He asked me to get on an expert on black-eyed kids. So let's take a quick break, and we'll come back, and we'll get him on.
Sounds good.
All right, we'll be right back with Conflict Radio right after this. Welcome back to Conflict Radio. We're with Gary Vasey. He's an expert on black-eyed kids, and we have a listener that sent me an email about black-eyed kids and asked me to get on a guest, so we did, and then I decided to go ahead and get him on the show. His name is Byron. He's from Finland. Byron, you there?
I'm here. I'm right here.
Well, yeah. Gary's with us. Gary's still there. Gary?
Yeah.
All right, so Byron, why don't you tell Gary the story that you sent me in an email? I'll let you guys have at it for a little while.
Okay.
Sure. Do you want the abridged version or do you want the actual account? Because it's quite comprehensive.
Give really it the full account because I'll be listening for certain details. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Okay. All right. Let's start from the fresh then. Okay. Let's go back. It's 1986.
Yeah.
I'm off to a Smiths concert revival in GMX area, Manchester. I can't get there on time, so I'm getting there late afternoon, and I have a spare ticket because I couldn't get there with my friend, and I'm alone. I pull up to the area very close there to try and park, and luckily I find a parking space. As I'm getting out of the car, there's a bunch of little kids, 12, 13, 14 years of age. And they're harassing me about looking after my car.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a bit like, hey, we'll look after your car, mate. Just give us some money and we'll make sure your car's safe. And I'm like, yeah, here we go. And I was like, all right, I'll tell you what, I'll give you a $5, but I'll cut it in half. And that way, if the car's in good condition when I come back, I'll give you the other half of the £5 note.
Yeah.
At this point, I could see one of the kids was like pushing the other one a little and gesticulating sort of behind me. And I sort of looked behind and saw 3 other kids, like in a good distance away. And at that point, one of the kids said, no, it's okay. Just forget it, And these guys like hot-footed it off, And I'm thinking, okay, here we go. I got 2 gangs of little kids about to do damages to cars, and I wasn't know what to think. So I think, you know what, I'll move the car. I get into the car, put the key in the ignition, and within milliseconds, these other kids were right by the side door.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, out of nowhere. I mean, like super flash fast.
Yeah.
And I got the key in the ignition halfway, and I'm like looking at this kid who's banging on the window.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing I noticed is that his clothes were all really unkempt. I could only see like his like chest downwards for this time, and he's like massive t-shirt on, and like these sort of pants with a belt tied around him like a potato sack, you know. And then I sort of looked up at him a little bit, and I could see his eyes were just like really, really black. I mean, like jet black, not like matte black or glossy black, but just black.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's two kids next to him that were a bit smaller. And I'd say the stature was like, I don't know, 13, 14 maybe, sort of about that sort of size, you know. Hair was like unkempt, brown or black with this main kid. And he just said, I need to get in your car.
Uh-huh.
Let me in your car.
Did he
let me
say just like, I need to get in your car? Or did he ask to get in your car?
I was looking at this kid. The thing that got me most was the feeling that I got between my rib cage next to my stomach. It just turned barrel ways. I mean, I just cannot describe the feeling that I got. It was just absolutely gut-wrenchingly painful. And I was looking at this kid, and before I knew it, there was like the other two were at the back doors of my car, like sort of next to the car as if they were trying to get in. And he said, we need to get in your car. I have to get in the car. We need to get in your car. Let me in your car. And I sort of like had this horrible dread feeling. But
Yeah.
I also somehow found myself reaching for the door, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, the keys fell out of the ignition and landed on the floor of the car. And I snapped to it real quick at that point, and I was just like, forget this, you know, I'm out of here, you know. Cranked the car, bang, I was just like out of there. And these two guys moved. So I got to the end of the road, threw a right, a left, or whichever direction I went, and plowed down the road. I mean, he just gave me the absolute creeps, and I mean the creeps. And I see these former kids that were there before trying to hustle me for the protection of the car. And they were waving at me, and I stopped the car, and they said, give us a ride. Please, just give us a ride, you know. So I took these guys into the middle of Manchester, and we sat and we had like, I don't know, was it like some sort of cafe restaurant thing that's open? Yeah, fish and chip place, some English thing. And I was just saying, what the hell was this? You know, we're talking a little bit in the car because they seemed quite scared as well, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They said that they'd been out there in the street earlier and seen these three individuals. I'll call them individuals because they were odd things. And they said that they'd seen the same situation going on with a woman in another car. But what freaked out two of those boys was the speed of which the other two that was with the main one sort of went around the car. They said that they moved like something that it was just like a quick flash, as if a shadow had just like flown around the car. And at that point, they hot-legged it away from the area. So that was a couple of streets away from this point, you know. And you know, we talked a little bit. They seemed to just be happy to be away from the area. I never went to the concert. I went home, you know, myself. I felt very disturbed. I mean, it's even thinking about it now makes my stomach turn. It really does. But anyway, I see a friend of mine from work, and I talk about it a little bit, and he's Ziggy Stardust fan, you know, this David Bowie.
Yeah.
He has himself a contact lens. and he has his 2 different colored eyes, and I'm thinking, you know what? Maybe that's it. You know, maybe that's what it is. Perhaps that. So I kind of fooled myself into thinking that for a long time. You know, many years, and I sort of somehow kind of made peace with it, but it never rested well. I really felt really bad in my stomach with this. And I had this overwhelming sense of dread. Anyway, life goes on. I've been living in Australia, Hong Kong, Central Europe myself, different parts of the world. Married a Finnish lady and ended up in Finland. And then 2018, November, December time, well, actually it was November, I think, there's a knock at the door in my house. I just peeked through the window and I'm thinking, what's this? Are they selling something for scouts or whatever? Just usual stuff. And I opened up the door, just a crack, and it's the same kids. The exact same look, different kind of clothing. Hair was sort of different. Eyes were just blacker than black. And immediately I just got that sense of like horribleness in my stomach again. It just absolutely shook the shit out of me. And he's speaking to me in Finnish.
Bloody hell.
Which I understand. And I'm just like, what the hell, you know? And they're speaking to me in aggressive Finnish and polite Finnish. And it's the same gist. I want to get in your house. Please let us in the house. But there was no police or anything. It's let us in the house. I need to get in that house. We need to get in the house. Let us in. It's cold. We're very cold. Let us in this house. And I wasn't buying it for a second. I mean, I had the sense of dread, but I was just like, bang. I slammed that door shut, ran to the back of my house where I get my crossbow, loaded the crossbow, and then just went straight back to the kitchen and was looking out over the driveway. And these guys, like, hung around in the... I'm sorry, I'm missing out a piece here because I'm a bit shaken thinking about it still. It's too close. Before I slammed the door to these guys, one of the guys motioned backwards, pointed at my van, and was like, "It's a better car than you had in Manchester." And at that point, I slammed the door, ran for the crossbow, and then came back to the kitchen. But they hung around in the driveway and the area in front of my house for about 3-4 minutes, you know. And I just sat there. Well, I stood there, perched with my crossbow, just in case anything happened, you know. It just absolutely scared the living daylights out of me. Mm-hmm. I reacted a whole lot quicker this time, but just horrible feeling, you know. Horrible. Can imagine. And the first time around, I kind of thought about it for years afterwards and mentioned it to some people and talked about it. And, you know, one guy, most people just thought it was, you know, it's like, yeah, scared of kids and, you know, you muppet, you know. They didn't really have anything to say. One guy said, sounds like you met an alien. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. And then this other guy was like, it sounds like a vampire. And I'm like, what do you mean a vampire? I didn't see any teeth. And he's just like, no. The vampire needs a permission to come in the house or something. And I was just thinking about it that way. It's just like, in Manchester, the back door of the car was actually open, you know. It's like they could have got into my car quite easily. I mean, very easily. And why they didn't, I don't know. And why it is that I had this sort of overwhelming feeling of like sheer helplessness and dread. It's just, it's shaken me. I promise you, it's absolutely shaken me to the core. This these two accounts I'm telling you, it's even now I'm feeling quite disturbed.
Yeah, you can sense it in your voice.
Sorry?
You can sense it in your voice.
Oh, I'm sorry if I'm coming across as shaky, but it really was kind of harrowing. And, you know, there's nothing great about this story. And I'm not, you know, writing books or websites or whatever. I'm actually a big guy. You know, I'm 140 kilos. I'm built like an American linebacker. I will hunt. You know, I'll go out and face things. I'm a big guy. There's nothing scares me. The only thing that really scares me in my life is outliving my kids.
So, Gary, do you think that they attached themselves to Byron for all those years?
No, I think that they see him as a potential victim, and I think you're quite right that you didn't give them permission. You didn't give them permission to enter, but you're on their radars, obviously. And I don't think they're aliens. I think they're ultra-dimensional beings that feed on fear, and you must try not to be frightened. One strategy that does work is get angry instead of fearful. That does help you. That getting angry gives them not the emotional content they're looking for. It doesn't necessarily help you long term, but in the short term, it can help because the anger means that you don't give them fear. Certainly, don't ever let them in. Don't give them permission. And the way they move is also very consistent with a lot of stories that I've had come to me. It's that intradimensional capability of being able to almost like a horror movie. When you see, a demon move in a horror movie, it kind of jumps through space very quickly.
Well, when they moved around the back of the car, I can't really say. They moved super quick, super quick. And like I said, they could have got in, but they weren't in any rush leaving my driveway here in Finland. I mean,
no, because they got you scared. Yeah? They had some fear from you. That's at least the start. And they were able to use the fact that you'd seen them before to get you to be frightened, and that was a little bit of fear energy is good. But what they really want is for you to let them in. You're essentially, if you let them in, you're giving them permission to cross your threshold. In other words, take possession of your soul. So don't let them. Whatever you do.
Well, this is it. Yeah, I'm pretty much clued up to that. You know, I mean, I'm just a bit sort of. The facial expressions were there, but you know, there is another thing that I didn't really see, and it's sort of weird because I mentioned it before. This friend of mine years ago goes, "Oh, it sounds like a vampire," and I was thinking, well, they didn't have any teeth, and then I'm thinking to myself, I can't remember seeing any teeth at all. You know, thinking about it, which was weird, just lips moving, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, some people say that they don't even think that they speak. It's more that you hear the voice in your head, and you're not sure if they're actually speaking or not. Other people have gone even further than that and said, well, even though they were hanging around in the neighborhood after I wouldn't let them in, none of my neighbors ever saw anything unusual. So it's almost like I was the only person that actually saw these things.
Oh, God, that sounds even worse.
And sometimes people report electrical disturbances, so like, flickering house lights or car stalling or that kind of thing as well.
No, nothing like that. But also the thing is, it's like the kids in Manchester that I gave the ride into the town. They actually saw this stuff as well. So
what did they think they were?
Sorry?
What did they think that the other kids were?
Well, they said they just felt really uneasy. In fact, one of them was like close to tears when he was talking about it. And we're talking about Manchester street hustlers here at that age, you know. Yeah. One of them just looked kind of like how I feel, you know. And even now,
no, everybody reports this feeling of dread. Really, dread. You know, frightened, really scared for no reason. I mean, people say I'm looking out through the peephole and I see a couple of young kids and I'm concerned that 2 kids are out at 2 o'clock in the morning, yet I'm absolutely scared shitless at the same time, filled with dread. And they can't quite figure out, you know, how one reconciles with the other.
So
they definitely create this fear in people.
Yeah, it really doesn't cover the sheer gut-wrenching feeling from, I don't know, your rib cage to your balls. Everything got twisted up that first time, and the second time it was on the same level. And it's just this like massive feeling of helplessness that came with it as well. I tell you, I won't be feeling
they're not actually in our reality. They're in a parallel reality that's how they're able to be in Manchester and Finland, for example. I mean, there's an overlap of realities here. They're not in our reality. That's why the movement can be peculiar, I think. It's this ultra. They're not. I don't think they're aliens. I think they're what are called, these ultra types, which are indigenous to the planet. Some people think they're aliens. Some people mistake them for aliens. Some people mistake them for vampires and demons. And they kind of behave like birth in a sense, because what they're after is your
and the clothing.
Human life.
The clothing? The clothing just looked odd. It just didn't sort of match, as if the shoes were too big and the pants were out of size. And
quite often people will say they're wearing like Victorian, not right clothing, like out of time Victorian or strange clothing that doesn't seem to fit with, the 2020 or whenever it's happening. So that's another consistency in the story.
Byron, what time was it when they come by your house?
Early evening, 6:30, 7 o'clock. Very dark in Finland then. It's dark a lot of the time through the winter, obviously. It's a very dark country through the winter months and very daylight in the summer. But it was afternoon, like I say, late afternoon in Manchester, an early evening in Finland.
Did you feel like you lost any time? Because sometimes there's an element of almost hypnosis involved as well. Like you fall under hypnotic suggestion and you're fighting with this hypnotic suggestion. And sometimes there's this sense that people lost a few minutes of time.
No, I didn't feel any time loss. I did sort of find myself aware that I was doing something that I didn't want to do.
Mm-hmm.
That was the car, because I found myself like leaving my hand to go to the door, and that's when the keys sort of dropped to the floor and pulled me back into some sort of reality. It was kind of immediate then at that point. It's as if something else took over, because I was just like grabbed the keys and bosh, I was like pretty much powered out of there.
I can imagine.
Sorry?
Too. I said I can imagine I would have been gone as fast as possible too.
I don't know. I mean, I've come up across wild pigs in my day, big ones, and not had that sense of worry. I say worry is a really light word for this. I'm talking about something that just gets your insides and just rips them into a tight ball. Like even now, it just still gives me the absolute shakes. I talk to this about some people I know, and they're just looking at me like, you're scared of something like that? What the hell? Who are you? You're not the sort of person I know. And so eventually I've stopped talking about it to people. It's just, I don't know. I think you might be right in some ways that they've identified me for something, but whatever it is, they are not human. I can promise you.
No, they're
And I
not.
can
They're ultra-dimensional beings. I mean, that's the hypothesis, and I think they fall in. As I was talking earlier, I think they fall into the same category as demons and vampires and succubi, incubi, the old hag. They're sort of an entity that is parasitic. It feeds off human fear and sex energy, if you want, and so long as you're giving them that fear, they're getting something of what they want, what they survive on. But it's more or less, they make it more or less, excuse me, more or less impossible not to experience fear, because it's almost a hypnotic suggestion that you should be frightened. And the black eyes always usually do it. When people notice those black eyes.
Yeah, they certainly succeeded, I can tell you. So much so. I mean, I was considering it anyway, but me and the wife sold the house, pretty much 6 months after that. You know, we've moved somewhere else now, but we're still in Finland. But, that wasn't the main reason for moving house, but I was really happy to actually do it,
Byron.
Did you ever get any sort of precognition that you might see them again, or was there can you think of any pattern in your emotional
I can tell you
life?
what,
perhaps?
if I do see him again, I am not going to hesitate. I will shoot one of them, I swear to God.
But what I'm trying to get at is, can you see any parallel about your emotional state at the time that these two events took place, or not?
Well, no. I mean, I was quite pumped up and hyped to go to the concert, and it was just another regular day for me in Finland. So, no, there was nothing. I'm a positive, happy guy normally,
Yeah.
It's only when I start thinking about that subject it starts freaking me out.
Yeah, that's the question I had, was whether or not you were sad or depressed at the time.
No. I'm a happy guy generally. 90% of the time I'm smiling. Got 4 children, 30 years of a relationship. Very stable here. I don't have any depressions or ups and downs that way.
So, Gary, do you have any advice for Byron?
Well, it's difficult. I mean, my first advice is don't let them in. Try not to be afraid of them. Try to be angry, as I already said. Try to use anger. If you are frightened, getting angry, anger sort of supersedes fear. So I learned this from my father when I was a kid, with poltergeist activity in the house that was scaring me stupid as well. And I realized that if I got angry, I seemed to shut the faucet of energy that was allowing the poltergeist to manifest. And I think that there will be some similarity with these things. Those are about the only pieces of advice I could give. Now, if they bother you again, I would possibly look for outside help, and I would probably go to an occultist who knew about such things and was able to perhaps engage in some exorcism or something along those lines, or some protection.
So are we talking ultra-dimensional beings here then, or more so than, how do you say, demons or vampires?
I think they're one and the same thing. I mean, as humanity's passed through time and cultures, these things have been called different things at different times. But I happen to believe, and I know quite a few others that do from all different backgrounds, that these things have been around as long as we have. So you tend to call them whatever is in vogue at the time. This alien designation is because, since 1950s, there's been a lot of interest in ufology and alien encounters. And so this is just a new way of looking at them. But you can go back 1,000 years, and the North American Indians were experiencing these black-eyed kids in the forest, attempting to steal their souls. So they've been around a long, long time. And I think they kind of overlap with us dimensionally. They see us as providing some food, some energy, and they know how to work us.
You think 100% that these things are like completely sentient? I mean, the way the guy like gesticulated with his thumb and hand in a waving motion towards my van and just said, you know, better car than you had in Manchester in English, you know. It just, I don't, you know, it's sounds like there's some sort of, I don't know, mocking, jocular kind of behavior in there as well, you know.
Yeah. I mean, you know, the idea that these interdimensional beings are also, I mean, there's a guy called Alan Greenfield, and he written a couple of books, and I'm going to be talking to him in a month's time. He thinks that, you know, the sort of demons that Aleister Crowley was summoning up as a magician and having recite books to him were essentially the same kind of being. So depending on the era and what the current vogue is, we see them in different guises. But this, I can assure you that these black-eyed kids go back a long, long time. They are all over the world. I've been told, you know, it's just a North American phenomenon, but it's not. It's all over the world.
Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah. These kids
it made my flesh crawl as well again. Because before you came on, I was saying that, you know, I collect stories at one of these paranormal websites and have done for years. And the first time I got a black-eyed kid story was about 5 years ago. I'd never heard of them. And until that point, I was fairly blasé, you know. Here's another story about X, you know. And then I got this first story in, and I was like, my goodness me, I don't think I dare go to bed tonight, you know.
Yeah, I'll swap that feeling. Yeah. So I sort of tried to look at this thing. I wasn't too sure on the terminology of what to call these things, and then it sort of popped up on, I think, was it YouTube or something somewhere, and I was just like, oh my God, that fits something similar, you know.
Yeah.
You know, even then it took me a long time because, you know, it was from the 86, you know, right through. And I tried very hard through my life to put that stuff behind me. But when I actually sort of fell onto it, I sort of tried kind of hard to be a bit more, how do you say, open to fringe thoughts, you know? Mm-hmm. And when I sort of course, my favorite one, which I kind of giggle at myself, even though it might be real, is the Bigfoot one, you know. And I was thinking, okay. Then I think it was following one of those videos I watched. There was, is it Paulides, David Paulides?
Paulides,
he was talking about missing. People that go missing.
411, yeah.
And then I started thinking to myself, oh my God, you know, what happens if I would just go missing, if that was the case, you know? And this black-eyed kid thing showed up somewhere on YouTube, and everything just sort of made more sense. But this this latest, you know, sort of happening, you know, in 2018, just, I don't know, it just scared me to the point where I've got to tell somebody, you know, to talk to about it with somebody that actually has either A, an idea, or B, sort of understanding it a bit more. You know, it's not the sort of thing I want to share with my family either too much, scaring my kids or something.
Yeah, you sent me that email, and I was like, yeah, I gotta get somebody on, and we're gonna talk about this because that was quite a story you sent me in the email. I mean, quite a story you said you told today. So
yeah, very good. And it's funny because in the internet, this whole phenomena is always thought to be a recent urban myth spread by a guy called Brian Bethel, who had an encounter like your car encounter in 1998. And he put it on a bulletin board on the internet, and it kind of went viral. And then in 2012, he was on some TV show telling his story. And after that, everybody started coming out the woodwork.
I'm happy to get my story out if it helps anybody. Yeah. I'm not writing books, and I'm not doing websites, and I'm certainly not interested in
But your story, your original story, goes back even further. As I was saying, these stories, they have been going on for a long time in all sorts of places: Australia, Europe. It's the, you know, if you are wanting to sort of take an additional step, I may know somebody in North America that might be able to help. So afterwards, if you want to reach out or something, I can try to hook you up. I can't promise anything, but there's a guy I know in Massachusetts that might be able to help. If you know, I wouldn't do anything unless it happens again. Put it that way.
Okay.
You don't want to.
I wouldn't say I'm paranoid these days, but I'm very close to keeping security very high now. So.
Yeah. So Byron, when we're done here later on today, I'll email you Gary's email. And
hey, yeah, that would be great. Yeah.
You guys can correspond.
Yeah.
That's really good news. Yeah. Excellent. Thank you.
All right, Byron.
Thanks. So thanks for listening as well. And, you know, you've given me a little bit of relief. I feel I'm not crazy with this thing.
No, not at all.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Hey, have a good night, guys. And
all right, Byron. Thanks for coming.
All right, guys. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Well, Gary,
yeah.
What'd you think?
Well, it sounded, I mean, you can hear in his voice. I mean, sounds real McCoy. And it has many, many consistencies with all the, you know, with some of the other stories. I mean, in my book, at the end of the book, I give a list of similar characteristics of all the encounters that have been brought to my attention. And, you know, he checks on about 90% of them, I would say. So...
yeah, I mean,
we just listened to a bona fide encounter with black-eyed kids.
How about that, huh?
Yeah, interesting.
You know, and you know, you get into the line of work of podcasting, and you never know what you're going to get. And I was reading that story, and I mean, I was reading that story like, wow, like this is something special here. I got to get somebody on, and we were able to work out a show like this. So. Hey man, you want to tell everybody where they can find you?
Yeah, sure. So I actually go under the name of G. Michael Vasey for as an author. At one time, I was trying to sort of keep my identity semi-separate from my day life, but it didn't work. But I've kept the G. Michael Vasey anyway. So G. Michael Vasey, you can buy my books on Amazon. I do a podcast myself called The Magical World of G. Michael Vasey. You can get that on Spreaker, Apple, all the usual platforms. And if you have a story to tell and you'd like to tell somebody, then pop over to myhauntedlife2.com. That's myhauntedlife2 as in, again, not the number 2, but TOO.com. And give us your story and we'll put it up and see what kind of response we get.
All right. And we'll be right back on Conflict Radio right after this. And welcome back. That was G. Michael Vasey, or Gary, as he likes to be called. I guess his print name is G. Michael Vasey. Be sure to check out his podcast. It actually is pretty good, The Magical World of G. Michael Vasey. That's going to do it for us today. We're going to wrap it up. We will be back for our next show as usual. Until then, batten down the hatches and be safe. You're listening to Conflict Radio on the Conflict Radio Network. Greetings and welcome to Conflict Radio. Today is September 10th, 2020, and today we're going to have Leigh Paynter on. She wrote the book Barrens Devil, and we're going to talk a little bit about the New Jersey Devil. Leigh Paynter was born and raised in South Jersey. She has been a print and television journalist for more than 15 years and served as a United States Peace Corps volunteer in Armenia. The Barrens Devil is her first published work of fiction. She lives in San Francisco Bay, but New Jersey will always be her home. The Jersey Devil. It's going to be, I guess, a pretty interesting show. I've learned some things over the last few days researching this that I had never heard before, and I grew up in New Jersey. So I think this is going to be an interesting interview, especially if you aren't from New Jersey and might not know too much about it. So I hope you enjoy it. We're going to get right to it. We'll be back with Leigh Paynter right after this. Welcome back to Conflict Radio. We're with Leigh Paynter. She's the writer of The Pine Barrens Devil. We're going to get into her a little bit about, I guess, the Jersey Devil and what it is. And there's a little bit of controversy about it. I had never heard this story before about Benjamin Franklin. Leigh, do you want to tell us all about the Benjamin Franklin story? I didn't hear anything about that.
Yes. So doing my research, and I've heard these rumors for years as a kid, but with the advent of the internet, a few more of these stories have popped up. But historians have found that the legend of the Jersey Devil very well could have been started by one of the founding fathers, Benjamin Franklin. And that was because there was a rival publisher at the time. If you might remember, Benjamin Franklin had his almanac. Well, there was a rival publisher in Philadelphia named Titan Leeds. And they had this animosity back and forth between each other. And at this time, in the late 1700s, this story started coming out about this woman named Mother Leeds who had a child, her 13th born child, delivered as a beautiful baby boy, but then he turned into a demon because she cursed him. She didn't want to have a 13th child. So this demon flew out the chimney and into the Pine Barrens where he now lives. And if you look at Titan Leeds' history, in that area, he does have I believe a great aunt who had given birth to a 13th child or to 12 children. So that's what it looks like it's tied to. And Titan Leeds' father, Daniel Leeds, he was a Quaker in the area. He was pretty successful out there in the Pine Barrens as well, but he did love astronomy. And as a Quaker, that was greatly frowned upon. And so there were these rumors even before Benjamin Franklin came into the picture about Daniel Leeds having ties to the occult. It's all politically motivated. But that is the original story believed to have been created by Benjamin Franklin, pretty much just to tarnish the reputation of Titan Leeds.
So the story itself, the Leeds story, do you know much about that story?
So the way the legend is told is that Mother Leeds was about to give birth to her 13th child, and her husband wasn't around. She didn't have much help and support. Trying to feed another 13th child was really weighing on her, and she had a midwife with her helping her deliver. And during the curse of childbirth, she cursed, saying, "I hope it's the devil." So this beautiful baby boy was born, blue eyes, super chubby and cherubic, and then he quickly started changing into a half goat, half bat, half horse, and he terrified the midwife. Some stories say that he killed the midwife, and then he flew out into the chimney and has forever lived in the Pine Barrens and kind of serves as an ambassador and protector of the Pine Barrens. It's such an enigmatic forest that has so many mystery to it in and of itself that the Jersey Devil is now kind of its guardian to keep it preserved.
So doing your research on this subject, I would imagine that you came across a lot of stories that were pre-Leeds, right?
There were a few stories about different sightings, even Napoleon's brother, the one who was exiled to the colony of New Jersey. He went out on a hunt and claims that he might have seen the Jersey Devil. There were also several sightings or potential sightings in like the early 1900s. There was also some unexplained livestock murders, slaughters basically, and no tracks, just destroyed herds. Also, the forest in and of itself, like I said, is just so creepy. You can walk in, and if you're not following the river, you can get turned around, and people have been lost out there. And even the Lenape tribe of Native Americans that are from that area, long before Benjamin Franklin came into the picture, they had referred to the Pine Barrens as Popwessing, which means the land of the dragon. So there very well could have been some entity out there long before the story of the Jersey Devil and Mother Leeds ever came into existence.
Yeah, my wife and I, we grew up in New Jersey as well, so we're real familiar with the Leeds story. We've been to the village and everything down there, and have done a lot of the Leeds, the Leeds touring stuff. Been down the dirt road to the house and all of that stuff. And we had never heard of this. In fact, my wife, I told her that I was doing a show with you about the Jersey Devil. She said, I used to work with one of the Leeds, I guess, descendants, and she asked her about the story in the Jersey Devil, and she got real defensive and was like, "Well, we don't talk about that, blah blah blah." Why don't you think they tell the true story of the Benjamin Franklin hoax?
I think it's because it hasn't been 100% determined, and so many Jerseyans do really feel that there's something out there. We love the Jersey Devil. If you're from New Jersey, you love the devil.
Yeah, but I don't mean that it's a hoax. I mean that, the story, the original story is kind of a hoax.
The original story,
well,
in my opinion, yes, I do think that it was created just to damage the reputation of one single family that was out that way. But there have been so many unexplained things that have happened in the Pine Barrens, and the Native Americans in that area also, had some stories to tell. So many people have seen things, or so many people have experienced strange, unexplained situations out in the Pine Barrens that there very well could have ever been something out there. As for the Leeds family, I've never spoken to them. I know that one descendant did write a book, a history of the Jersey Devil, and pretty much collecting all the information that he could, from family stories and historical accounts, sightings, newspaper articles from the 1900s. Why some family members don't want to talk about it, I mean, I think it's kind of, it's their personal family story, and it could either be harmful, or hurtful to them. I do know that there is one descendant, she's a woman, and I don't remember her first name off the top of my head, but, she loves the legend, and she loves having that connection to it, and she decorates her home, every year for their Halloween, based with, Jersey Devil memorabilia and stuff. So.
Yeah, and if you ever go out that way, you'll see Leeds this, Leeds that, pretty much everywhere. So I mean, of course they're gonna love the story now,
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I think that would be such a great thing to have in your family background.
Yeah, it's great. So this is your first book, isn't it?
It is. I never set out to really be an author, but I'm glad that I did it. But for my first work, I didn't want to do a full novel. I didn't know if people would give me a chance as a new author, so I wanted to do a novella, which is under 30,000 words. I am happy that it kind of clocked out a little bit longer than Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, but it is a short book. Most people get through it in a night.
Yeah, it really is a great book. I love the way you pretty much it has 4 stories, and they're all in different time periods. And I love the way it's all the same character. You'll see a lot of crossovers with the stories as you go, which are real subtle. But if you're paying attention, you'll pick up on. I don't know if I could spoiler alert the hat, right? Like that was a really neat add to it as well. I love the way you did it. I love the way it crosses over. It really is a great book.
Thank you. Thank you. My inspiration for it was I always loved Washington Irving's short stories. So The Legend of Sleepy Hollow and Rip Van Winkle. So I really wanted to kind of continue with that kind of style of American folklore with this.
Awesome. And you wrote this story for your brother, right?
Yeah.
Can you tell us about that?
Oh, yeah, I would love to. My brother and I we were really close growing up. My parents, they just couldn't decide where they wanted to live. We moved around quite a lot, but just in southern New Jersey. So we had a home in Winslow for a number of years, then Hamilton. We had a couple of months spent in Tuckerton. And then I went to high school in Camden County and college in Gloucester County. So I'm all over New Jersey. But because we moved so much, trying to make friends again, there was quite a few summers where it was just my brother and I. So we became really close because we really only had each other. And specifically when we had left Winslow, we were having a house built in Hamilton. So the house wasn't ready yet. We moved in with my uncle's shore house down in Tuckerton, and about 9 months out of the year, that's where we lived, and we were commuting back and forth through the Pine Barrens to get to the school that we were staying at in Hamilton. And my father sometimes would pull over and just take us on hikes in the Pine Barrens, and we would go on Jersey Devil hunts. There was also this small library in Tuckerton that my brother and I would go to, and there were so many books on the Jersey Devil too that we just kind of got really into the legend that particular year. And I started wanting to impress him and entertain him with tales of the Jersey Devil and coming up with my own stories, my own campfire-like stories. I was also having, night terrors, and so was he. And I kind of tapped into some of those nightmares to create these stories for him. And I always loved impressing him. Like when I would get done a story and he would say, "Ooh, that's a good one." That always made me feel really good about myself. The last story that I wrote, which is chapter 4, was when I was in high school. So most of the characters are like high school age at that time too. A couple of years later, my brother had joined the Marines. He apparently had an incredible experience in Afghanistan that he couldn't talk about. And he suffered from PTSD, and it was kind of like a 4-year struggle with him, kind of disappearing, him having nightmares. And, but, when he was having good days, I always loved to talk to him. We talked pretty regularly. And he had asked me, this was probably back in 2012, he said, "Oh, those stories you used to tell about the Jersey Devil, when I have kids someday, I want to retell them. So if you can write them down for me, that would be great." So I was like, okay, I made a promise I was going to do it. And then in 2014, he passed away. And it was a heroin overdose, but mostly tied to kind of just the nightmares he was having with his PTSD. He just couldn't get over. So now that I decided to write these down, not just for him, but for a larger audience, it definitely became so much more involved. You need to do more character development. You need to do more details and backstory. So I wanted to make sure that I not only did him proud, but also New Jerseyans. I wanted them to be proud of the work and make sure things were as accurate as possible. So that's why I hired a couple of professional editors to make sure that I was on the right track with this. And, since I was building out the stories and the characters so much more, I actually took inspiration from actual news stories. So people that have been in the news for the wrong reasons kind of became characters in the book. And, as a journalist, I kind of like that tie-in. So yeah, some of the characters you might sound familiar. If you're a good news follower, you might be like, "Oh, okay, this person definitely sounds like this person in the news."
Was your brother a chess player?
No, he wasn't. I was always interested in chess. I never was good at it, but I specifically learned I wanted to get better in order to do chapter 3. And I based that character off of Bobby Fischer.
Okay.
That was a story that my brother and I were always interested in, his life story. So I based, that character off of Bobby Fischer.
So what would you say your first story was that you told? Was it about not about the Jersey Devil, but just the first story, period?
The very first story I ever told, I was in kindergarten, and I wrote my very first, book for my kindergarten class, and it was about a pumpkin that was green and needed to turn orange by the time Halloween came around. And that was inspired because I found what I thought was a green pumpkin in the woods by our house, and I was so impressed with it And then I carved it, and it turned out it was a watermelon. But that was the actual first story I ever wrote. My mom still has it somewhere.
That's pretty awesome. Nothing disappoints like carving a pumpkin and finding out it's a watermelon. Or
Apparently, my parents knew, and they thought that I knew, but I truly believed it was a green pumpkin.
So, of all the research you've done, what would you say some of the most intriguing stories are that you've heard that you haven't been able to really understand?
I would say, let me go through my notes here. I think Napoleon's brother was one that was pretty interesting. That was 1812. Joseph Bonaparte, who is Napoleon's older brother, he had an estate in Bordentown, and he decided to go on a hunt. And the story there was that he started seeing strange tracks in the snow, and was following them. And when he looked up, he came face to face with what he claimed was the Jersey Devil, which was like this huge beast that had a goat's head and these long leather wings that didn't seem appropriate to hold up a body that large. So that was his story. In the 1900s, there were, I guess, maybe nearly 1,000 reports from eyewitnesses throughout South Jersey. One even claimed that they saw him either at the Batstow River or the Bass River conversing with a mermaid. And I know that there was a newspaper that was in a circus that was asking for any plausible evidence of the Jersey Devil, that they would give a cash reward. So that was actually something that happened.
Wow, that's the mermaid story was kind of added to your book as well. I thought that was a great story. My favorite story in the book was the second one, more of the Revolutionary War story. You must have had to have done a bit of research on that to have been able to do the story like you did.
So that's why the book took as long as it did to write, because I wanted to make sure. So I wrote the second chapter, the one with the Revolutionary War. That was the very first one I ever told my brother. But of course, I wasn't very accurate on the details as an oral storyteller. So in writing the story down, I wanted to make sure that it kind of was very symmetrical to actual events that were happening at that time in New Jersey. So the research that I had to do, was actually finding what the original names were of certain towns in New Jersey as a colony, what they were under British rule, what the British flag was that would have been flying at that time, the battles, which militias would have been working with George Washington that were from New Jersey. So I spent some considerable time making sure that was accurate and that the clothing was accurate. So anyone that, has any type of experience in history and has a knowledge of that, reading the story wouldn't be completely turned off if I was off with some details. So I wanted to make sure that it was as close to accurate as I could get.
Now, the pirates you mentioned in that story that were running, I guess, the town in the Pine Barrens, was that real?
Yes, that was real. So Chestnut Neck was a real place. It was like Tuckerton area. That Little Egg Harbor, it's spelled differently now, doesn't have the U in it, but Little Egg Harbor existed. And they operated by helping, move things through the ports and getting supplies to Batstow, which would later then go to Philadelphia and helping out Washington's army. So yes, these are all real places. Bayville existed back then. So did Double Trouble State Park was operating back then. And of course, the name Double Trouble, I couldn't really pin down if it had an actual name at that time, but that's what it would have been. So I made sure that everything was as close to accurate, and especially if I'm going to name places, if you're from New Jersey and you're from that area, you're going to know it, and you're going to know if something's off. So I wanted to make sure that it was pretty close.
Yeah, well, those people from Jersey, they'll call you out on it in a minute if it's
exactly
if it's wrong at all. Now, you're in San Francisco today, right? Are you in San Francisco? I have that right.
I'm in Oakland. Yes.
How is it out there with the fires?
It's terrible. Yesterday was worse. Today it's not as creepy, but yesterday we had this bright orange sky, pretty much all day long. It was dark. I have several lamps on right now. Normally I don't need them because the Bay Area is pretty sunny usually, but it's dark in here. I'm about 3.5 hours away from the nearest wildfire, and we're still getting smoke coming down here. I left the windows open, and my laptop was next to the window, and my laptop had ashes all over it. My car is covered in ashes. So it feels like it gets worse every year. At least, twice a year, it seems like we have to deal with a wildfire, and the point where if I'm not in danger of any fire, I'm definitely suffering from the smoke from them.
Did the fire go through any of those redwoods at all?
Yes, the one that was created by the lightning storms a couple weeks ago went through Big Basin, which is a huge redwood park. The thing about redwoods is that out of all of the trees, redwoods kind of have a high tolerance for wildfires, just because of like the oil of its bark. It'll scar, it'll burn, but it doesn't necessarily destroy the tree. So the tree still has another chance. So usually if there's a fire in the redwoods tend to stand. All the other structures like the visitor centers, those get destroyed, but the trees end up standing.
Yeah, I was reading somewhere that there's some kind of seed, I guess, out there that doesn't grow unless there is a wildfire. So hopefully that'll spawn some new life, and it'll just be better after everything. It really is a shame that there's so much chaos this year going on and everything. I wanted to ask you about the fires because there was not too long ago, wasn't there a major fire that went through the Pine Barrens?
In the Pine Barrens, to be honest with you, I'm not familiar of one that was of scale that I'm used to out here in California. There have been a few fires over the years, but nothing to the scale that we see out in California.
Has there been any recent sightings of the Jersey Devil out that way?
Unfortunately, no. I was trying to find anything that might have been, I don't want to say no. There was one article within the last couple of years, I want to say maybe 2017 or 2018, where someone claims to have taken video of the Jersey Devil. It's very blurry. It's very much like, the Bigfoot sightings. And then someone else had one where it definitely looks like a stuffed animal flying through the air. So those, and they get press in New Jersey. Anything related to the Jersey Devil, I think, gets some attention, no matter how plausible it is initially, because people just love hearing those stories, and I guess, for the most part, New Jerseyans just hope that he's still out there. But no, nothing major, nothing like it was in like the early 1900s, where thousands of people were reporting sightings or strange occurrences.
Yeah, well, the Pine Barrens used to run all the way through Quaker Bridge and even up to, like you said earlier, Bordentown. The Pine Barrens aren't anywhere near as big as they used to be, even though they're still pretty big.
Yeah, absolutely. And Quaker Bridge does make the actual Quaker Bridge makes an appearance in one of my stories. And I do appreciate that the Pinelands Preservation Alliance, the state has, they both have done a great job with trying to preserve the Pine Barrens and keep the parks nice, and educating the public on the Pine Barrens and how to keep it preserved and, protect the ecosystem. So I do think New Jersey does a great job in that respect. So
do you think the Jersey Devil's still out there?
I hope so. It's been a few years since I've been out there. Since I lived out there. I did go to the Batstow Historic Village last October. But it has been a couple of years since I've lived in New Jersey. And I would hope so. I would hope that, something we haven't yet discovered is still living in the Pine Barrens. I mean, it's very dense. It's very protective of its own self. There's a good possibility that there's something still out there.
So what are you on to next?
Well, I was using this kind of as a test, this book, to see how well it was going to be received, how well my writing was going to be received, because I do want to tackle a ghost story related to what happened with my brother in Afghanistan. That would be an actual full novel. So far I've gotten some really great feedback, and I'm hoping to tackle that. That's going to be a much bigger project.
So do you have a bit to tell about that? Did he see a ghost?
So the story is that he is the ghost. And this happened to me after he had passed away. For months, I was seeing my brother everywhere, but I was seeing him at different ages. I was seeing him as a child. I was seeing him at 6 years old. I was seeing him as a high school kid. And like, I would just get sightings and I would just see him. So it kind of like travels like this, this ghost is reaching out to kind of talk about what happened in Afghanistan. And it's going to be a thriller. It's going to involve another Marine that did something horrible. And for this, this woman to try to get to the bottom of, okay, well, this Marine served with her brother. So what exactly happened in Afghanistan? And, what's going on with these guys? And I do have a few of my brother's friends that have offered to help tell the story. They don't want to go on record with any news reporter or any other author and tell, a nonfiction account for a couple of reasons. A lot of them, are trained not to talk about what happened over there. And a lot of them are upset and embarrassed and just concerned about what people will think about them. And what they did over there. So writing it as a fiction story was a way that we can get that told.
What are some of your best childhood memories with your brother?
My brother was a good guy. He was my younger brother. And I remember I was getting picked on in Hamilton. I went to St. Joe's and we had to take the public school bus home. And for some reason, these kids just targeted me. And they would trip me. So every time I would walk on the bus, and I was just dumb, I would just always fall for it. Anytime I walked on the bus or anytime I walked off the bus, like they would stick their feet out and I would trip. And I remember one time I just got, so upset, like I ended up kicking one of the kids in the shins. And my brother, who was just a little guy, he was in 3rd grade, he just started attacking these kids that were much bigger than him. And he knew I was embarrassed by it. And I never wanted to talk to my parents about what was going on, and he never did either. Like he kept that, like somehow he just knew that I didn't want to talk about it with anybody, and so he kept that secret, and I really appreciate that about him. He was just always like a good-hearted person.
So this nightmare that inspired you to write your stories and tell your stories, can you tell us about it? Can you
Sure.
Can you tell us the nightmare, the story?
Yeah, sure. So these nightmares have been going on for quite a bit, and my brother had very similar ones. So it gets dark, and it's time for me to go to bed, and I walk up the stairs, to my bedroom, which is at the far end of the house, and I can tell that everyone else is asleep. So I'm the only one last up. And I'm walking into my bedroom, and I automatically sense that I'm the intruder, that someone else is already in here. And next thing I know, I'm completely in the room, but off to the side, and I see this ginormous man, like a figure gathered up in shadows. And he's just a silhouette almost, but he's a giant. He's huge. He takes up pretty much from the floor to the ceiling. And he doesn't seem to notice me, and I can't really see his face. It's obscured because he's wearing this heavy wool coat, like something from the Revolutionary period that has this tall collar, and he's got this hat that's like lowered over his eyes, that's a wide brim hat, something along the lines of like a beaver felt hat from that time period as well. So I can't really see his face. He's hunched over a table that is way too small for him. And he's staring at a chessboard, and he's playing the Dark Army. And there is nobody else, though, playing against him. It's almost like he's playing against himself. And at this time, I noticed that there is this very steady drum beat that is just consuming the room. And I can feel it throbbing in my ears. And I try to cover my ears because it's getting louder and louder. And it's like, giving me a headache. It's pounding my head. But I can still hear it, and I feel the vibration of it. And I start to realize that this drum beat that I'm hearing is his heartbeat, because that's how huge he is. And he doesn't seem to be paying any attention to me. He's focused on this chess game in front of him. And even though he's playing against himself, he seems incredibly frustrated. And the drum beat is growing louder and faster the more frustrated he gets. And it's terrifying to me. And I feel that this huge, dark figure is also expanding and growing. And he's taking up more and more of the room. And I can sense that he's getting very angry with himself with this chessboard. And part of me wants to go over and take that seat opposite him and start playing. But also I'm terrified. I don't want him to notice me. I don't want him to ask me to take up, the chess piece, because once you get started, you can't stop. The game has to finish at some point. And I don't know what the end game is. I don't know, what happens if I win, and I don't know what happens if I lose. So I keep telling myself, don't pick up a chess piece. Don't pick up the chess piece. And throughout this whole time, the beat is just growing deeper and louder, and he's growing larger in size, that he's taking up more of my bedroom, and I'm just crouched in this corner, just watching and looking at the pieces on the board, not understanding what his strategy is. And I start to tense up, and but I can't close my eyes. and finally I see him just lift up his right arm, and he creates a fist and just slams it like a hammer onto the chessboard. And it splits the wood of the table, but the chessboard and the pieces don't move at all. It's still the same game. So the chess pieces will bounce, but they're still in place. And finally, I just take a breath, and he just disappears. And the next thing I know, I'm in my own bed, and he's not there. I'm not standing in a corner. I'm not crouched in a corner. I'm in bed, and I realize oh, this was just a dream. So I get up the next morning. I finally fall back to sleep, but I get up the next morning, and I start to walk out, and I step on something like a Lego piece is what it feels like. And it turns out it's a white pawn. So I touched it. And that is the dream. And this is this reoccurring nightmare. I see him playing chess about once a year. Even though I now live miles away across the country, he still visits me, and it's still my childhood bedroom, though.
Wow, that's scary.
It is. It's terrifying. And for the longest time, I would always tell my brother too, I'm I swear it's the Jersey Devil. That's who's here.
Are there other cryptids that you believe in, that you're interested in, and perhaps writing about in the future?
I really always loved the Headless Horseman, if you do consider him a cryptid, which I know some people do, because I was such a huge fan of Washington Irving as a kid. I loved those short stories, and that was probably one of the most fascinating characters, too, because it was based off of a Hessian soldier, and how it just terrorizes that one part of New York, the Hudson River Valley, and it's almost kind of written like a love story to that area as well. So Headless Horseman would be probably number one. I started, getting interested in, the Mothman prophecies. There are sightings out here. I went to a park over the Labor Day weekends. I went on a backpacking camping trip, and there have been sightings of Bigfoot out in the same area. I didn't notice anything. The advent of creepypasta, when I started hearing the stories about Slender Man, that one really resonated with me too, because that one really does remind me of these night terrors as well, and of the Jersey Devil. Like, you don't know what his presence means, what the purpose of his visits mean, and should you follow or should you be afraid, or do you want to do his bidding? It's that unknown that is absolutely terrifying. And you question yourself with those kinds of stories too. It's like, what kind of person am I? Am I someone that does have the capability of true evil given the opportunity? Like, those are things you don't want to discover about yourself. And like, these monsters, they kind of enable you to bring that out if you have it in you. So that's what makes them so terrifying.
Do you think that it's your love of being scared or love of telling stories that perhaps draws these things to you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, as a kid, I always loved being scared. And my parents, they would try to limit the horror movies that we were allowed to watch. I mean, we would try to sneak them, at other kids' houses, but they never stopped us from reading horror books. So they could stop us from the movies, but, we would pick up horror books all the time. And, my parents were just happy that we were reading. My father's also a really great oral storyteller. He loved telling campfire tales. And those were like always the best ones to hear. Like, you can only ever hear, like, as a child, like, if once you heard Little Red Riding Hood, you've heard it a million times and you want something different. So my father was really great about coming up with stories on the fly. And I think that's, what influenced my campfire stories with my brother. And, I just, monsters, specifically, and where they come from. Like, it's not just like, oh, there's a monster here, but kind of the background, like how they came into existence, I always thought was so much more fascinating. And if something could still be out there, considering there has been, some sort of not hard evidence, but, these stories have existed for so long, starting with the Native Americans. It's like, well, there's got to be some reason that, these occurrences happens. And, what is the possibility that something could be out there that hasn't been discovered yet?
Yeah, you gotta wonder if it's not interdimensional or something like that. Maybe they're crossing over in certain areas, and the Pine Barrens is just one of those places where different things cross over,
Yeah, absolutely. Anything's possible. I mean, we're still discovering new species under the sea. So finding something, or, I think it was the singing dogs that were just discovered in Papua New Guinea. They thought they were extinct, but they've just been hiding really well all this time. And there's a thriving community of them. So, just because we can't see it now doesn't mean it's not out there.
Yeah, I think there was something else they just found up on Mount Rainier that has been pretty much gone for a long time as well.
Exactly. I mean, we think that we have such a huge footprint, but when, you actually discover that these communities of animals have been thriving, it's like, wow, we really don't, and people aren't everywhere. And if someone doesn't want to be found, they're not going to be found.
Yeah, that's the truth. Any Bigfoot sightings up there where you are? Have you seen anything other than your dream that caused you to pause?
No, I really wish I had good stories, but I don't. I think it's part of because you're looking, you're not going to find it. I think it's, the people that are skeptical, that are not actively, going on Jersey Devil hunts or, trying to find something. They're the lucky ones that end up coming across something really spectacular. But no, unfortunately, I just have to rely on other people's stories. I've never been that lucky.
That's pretty incredible that all this stuff is going on under our noses, and we just don't have any idea what it really is, do we?
No, but I think that's what also makes it, such a good story, and how different things can be interpreted. And like I said, with my dream too, I always just associated that nightmare man with the Jersey Devil. And, who knows, what subconsciously, we have these types of communications, who knows? And I think that's just what makes it so much more fascinating.
Have you ever heard of the Black-Eyed Kids?
No, I haven't.
You should look into that. You know, a lot of the stories from the black-eyed kids, you only see them after you hear about them. So now that I've told you about them, maybe you'll see them.
Okay, excellent. I'm writing this one down right now too. I'm thinking about doing a whole blog post too on different cryptids and, where they might be located and what kind of stories are out there.
Yeah, the more you learn about them, the higher your chances that they'll actually come to you. They're pretty interesting stories. We did one here on Conflict Radio on the Black Eyed Kids. You can always go back and listen to that. We actually had a listener call or send an email with a story, and I was like, oh, I got to get this guy on with an expert, and I did. And now that I know about him and I've been talking about him, I've been looking for him, waiting for him to show up at my door. So hopefully they don't. Maybe you'll have better luck.
All right, thanks. Thanks for the tip.
Well, this was a fascinating book. I strongly recommend everybody grab a copy. It's not that expensive. You can get it on Amazon. Do you want to tell everybody where they can find you? And
Yeah, absolutely. So you can go on Amazon, you can type in my name, Leigh Paynter, and it's Paynter with a Y instead of an I. Or I also have a website, which is leighpaynter.com, and I link to it there. And I have a couple of blog posts, like 6 fast facts about the Jersey Devils, 6 fast facts about the Pine Barrens. So if that is of interest to anybody. And I know the Pinelands Preservation Alliance will also be selling my book as well in their gift shop.
Awesome. And we'll be right back on Conflict Radio right after this. Welcome back to Conflict Radio. That was Leigh Paynter. Her book, The Pine Barrens Devil, is available on Amazon. Just go ahead and search for it, and you can pick yourself up a copy. I got mine, and it's actually a really good book. I enjoyed the crap out of it. You can always find us on the web. Just go to www.conflictradio.net. You can find us on YouTube, the Conflict Radio Network, and you can also find us on all the normal podcast catchers. Just search for Conflict Radio. We're going to go ahead and call it a day. We'll be back on Tuesday. We'll be back with a new show. Until then, batten down the hatches and be safe. You're listening to Conflict Radio on the Conflict Radio Network. Greetings and welcome to Conflict Radio. Today is September 29th, 2020, and today we're going to be talking about starseeds with Aurena Agathe Fohler. She says on her webpage about me, I am a multi-dimensional being with high psychic abilities. Allow me to be your personal guide, soul whisperer, communicating with your soul. We are working together on all levels, body, mind, and soul. I am feeling what you are feeling, and I am working with all of my senses. Within few minutes are the issues located. Allow me the opportunity to empower yourself to love yourself again, to remind you who you really are with all of your potential. Until you are ready to take your path on your own, you would need to dedicate 2 consultations of 30 minutes or 60 minutes with me, and you will feel an immediate change. So, we're going to talk to a starseed today to find out what is a starseed and how are they looking at the world. So this promises to be a pretty interesting show. Let's just get right to it. We'll be right back right after this. Well, welcome back to Conflict Radio. We're with Aurena Agathe Fohler. How are you today?
Hi, Michael. I'm really good. Thank you.
Well, I'm really curious to have you on today. You're a starseed, correct?
Yes, I'm a starseed.
Now, can you explain to us what a starseed is? Like, where are you from, and what? I really don't have any idea what a starseed is. Could you tell us?
Yeah, sure. I would like to talk about myself a bit so people know and get a picture of who I am.
Okay.
If that's okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm Aurena Agathe Fohler. Aurena means the queen of fairies, the one who covers you in love. So what's very special about me is I work from my heart chakra and I work with love. That's the whole thing is, the whole universe is made of love, and that's what's most important to us. Because no money in the world has value if love is missing. And my name is Agathe. My dad gave it to me. And Agathe means in Greece language, Agathos, the good, beautiful person. And Agathe has such a deep meaning. It's connected to inner earth, like Agartha. You have the stone agate, and you can find an agape. The meaning is like it goes like really far. And my dad gave that name to me because my dad and my mom, they're very special. Like my dad is born 1929. He was born in the Second World War in Czechoslovakia, but he's German. We call it Sudeten German. And he can't hear, but he could speak 6 languages. And he was like hundreds years ahead of time. Like the way we live now, he was living that time already and no one understood. And my mom is Sri Lankan. She can't hear and speak, and so we speak sign language. And I remember when I was little, it's like, how do you know you're a starseed? Like, I'm born 1980, and that time no one did meditation, no one did yoga, no one did know anything about those things. Maybe the hippies in California, but it was like almost 99% that people didn't know about all those things, what we talk about now. So when I was little and I had an argument with my parents, and believe me, yes, we can have arguments even though they can't hear and speak. I just started crying and I would say, hey, you don't love me. And I just felt they're not my parents. And I would say to them, you're not my parents. I felt like I'm adopted. I didn't feel they're my parents. They didn't understand who I am. They didn't understand who I am. And they didn't, they just didn't get me. And I felt totally lonely. And then what I would do is like, I grew up in a village. So I just, in the night, I was not allowed to go out, but I would just open the door secretly. Mm-hmm. And I would sit outside on the road and just watching the stars. And even though I didn't know the names, like the constellations, like Orion and Sagittarius and the big bear and the small bear and Venus, I didn't know the names, but I looked at them and I could see the constellations. And I just felt so home. And I never knew why. It just was like I had this very big, affiliation? Is that the word?
Uh-huh, yeah.
Yeah, so I had a big connection to the stars, and it just made me feel good. And wherever I would travel, I felt home looking at the stars. But the crazy part is when even looking at the moon, from Germany, I went the first time to India, and then I looked at the moon, and it was just upside down, and I was shocked, and I was like, oh my God, what's going on? So, you're being a starseed when you do stargazing, and you feel like your parents are not your parents, and you maybe have a lot of dreams or visions, and a lot of knowledge, which no one taught you. Like when I was little, I did yoga, and I would draw the swastika, and the swastika is a symbol of luck. And how would I know all those things? No one taught me that. And I did yoga and I didn't even know what yoga is. So you will have a lot of talents and gifts and knowledge without anyone telling you. You will remember your past lives. You will do lots of stargazing and you will feel like you don't belong to your own family. So that's very typical.
Yeah. So if you're having... if you're remembering your past lives, are those Earth lives or past lives from another planet?
Both. I have past lives when I remember like being here on Earth, like in Greece and Atlantis and Lemuria, being a priestess, working with flowers and herbs. I remember me being in Egypt, being a dancer and a priestess. I remember so many past lives on Earth, also being involved in rituals, because what is typical for starseeds, there are some which are just reincarnated like new. They have very big issues with coping with their body and the balance and, just getting to know a lot of things. But there are a lot of old, the term starseed is actually new, but it doesn't mean we are just here recently. We are here for hundreds and millions and billions of years. Like what happened is in the past, and 2020 is a big shift. It's like we're coming back into our own power, and power means not controlling someone, not being supreme to others. The power of starseeds is working together. And you being a starseed means you're having light in you, you have love in you. And the moment you remember who you are and you recognize yourself and you just be your true self, that's when you help to activate others, to bring back the light and the love in others, especially self-love. And we're creating a huge soul tribe, a community which on Earth we are connecting through light, through love, through telepathy. And we create a crystal grid on Earth. And that's how we raise and bring the new Earth to Earth. So there are past lives which I have, just coming back to past lives, which I have in other galaxies and stars. Mm-hmm. Like I did remember of wars, but I would never say, oh, one race is bad and the other race is good. Never ever, because I did see there were wars, but the race who would attack or try to defend themselves, they always do it for a reason. There is never a really bad. No one is really bad. Some have forgotten that they are also come from love and light, and we have to help them to remember that there are love and light.
So when you say wars, do you mean wars between planets?
Yes. Very typical for the like if you're from Orion starseed is very much connected to the Egyptian culture, like Osiris and Sirius. It's about the male and female balance, but the starseeds from Orion have a tendency to have a stronger male energy. They're also connected to the Celtic culture, the Gothic culture. And you see they're dark, but they are not dark because sometimes in the darkness is more light. So the Orion starseed, they had a big war, and to reincarnate on a different planet, they had to leave that planet. So there's, and they have a lot of feelings of being lost and feeling homeless. That's like very typical for Orion starseeds.
So the Orion starseeds, their homeworld has been destroyed?
It looked like that's what I heard, and when I saw it in my vision, that's what it was. But I know if a country or a planet or star gets destroyed, it doesn't mean it's totally gone. It just lives on a different level and on a different realm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So how many different planets are starseeds from?
Wow, okay. I think there are so many more, but I can tell you the ones I know, which would be Sirius, Andromeda, Cassiopeia, Pleiades, Orion, Tau Ceti. There's one called Lyra. Alpha Draconian. About the Alpha Draconian, I would really like to say something. People on Earth say, oh, the Alpha Draconians are so bad. To be honest, they are not. I know many Alpha Draconians. They're one of the race. They're trying to bring balance to their karma they created. They used to maybe bad, but they are not bad. They're ones of the ones who actually have lots of love, and they're coming back and being reincarnated because they want to bring the balance back to Earth. The Alpha Draconians are one of the race which, yes, they work with leaders because they are not allowed to show their emotions, but if you help them and if you understand them and send them love, they're amazing, beautiful beings. They are not allowed to embrace their love, which they have so much of them, and they're just bringing back the balance. So the Alpha Draconians, which are reincarnated now, they're beautiful beings. So please never ever judge anyone, never ever be cruel and rude to anyone, because we all come from a place of love, and none of us is perfect. And the truth is that we are love, we bring back love, and that we create love, always.
Okay. So the starseed souls are different from souls that are original from Earth, or are they kind of the same? Like, are all souls the same, but some are originated here? Or I'm trying to. What's the difference between a starseed soul and an Earth soul?
Yeah, okay, that's a really tricky question. I'm trying to answer that, okay?
Okay.
Now, in the end of the day, we are all starseeds, okay? We all come from different planets. Like, when you look at the Mexican culture, I'm just here in Mexico, in Tulum, which there are lots of pyramids around me. I was in Hawaii for months on almost all the islands. And when you go to different other very old origin, like ancient civilizations, the Pleiades used to plant a lot of seeds. There's a saying in all cultures all over the world that the Pleiades used to bring the humans to Earth. So there are souls which are here for a very long time and they're more earthly, but in the end of the day, we are all star beings. It's just we all have different frequencies. Right now, the starseeds which are incarnating are coming with a really high mission. The mission is we are incarnated like the Arcturians. Oh, I forgot to mention them. I have a Facebook group, the Arcturians, and our mission is like when you just Google Edgar Casey, Dolores Cannon, they were talking about the Arcturians. The Arcturians are very known for using telepathy, for having a blue color skin. Look at the Hindu culture, like Lord Krishna, Lord Shiva, they all had a blue color and they're mostly Arcturians.
Mm-hmm.
There are also a lot of blue, we call them blue rays, and they're also twin flames, like Rama and Sita, Lakshmi and Vishnu, you know, they're like, it's all a lot about twin flames. And they're very much connected to the Lemurian culture. So the Arcturians are incarnated master. That means they incarnate and they're being their own masters, and they have a lot of knowledge spreading here on Earth for humanity, for the people who have forgotten who they are. So we bring a lot of new technology to Earth. So what do you think the governments, where they get all their technologies from? It's not from them. It comes from a lot of extraterrestrial beings, or they're having telepathy communication with other extraterrestrial beings, or they're tapping into their Akashic records and getting the old knowledge and wisdom back, which was from the old Atlantean culture or Lemurian culture or Mu. There's so many other cultures.
Yeah.
Yes.
You mentioned Atlantean culture. Do you have any recollection as to where Atlantis was?
Yes, very much. And about the starseeds, just to finish that, we have starseeds which they come from inner Earth. We have starseeds which are here on the surface, and we have starseeds incarnating from different planetaries and star systems.
Yeah, I definitely want to talk about the inner Earth ones in just a little bit.
Yeah, sure. So the Atlanteans, they're different frequencies. We have the Atlantean culture is definitely between America and South America, and between Africa and Europe. Like when you go to the Azoren, Greece, Portugal, Africa, like Lagos, that area, the Canarian Islands, and here Tulum, Brazil, it's like you have a lot of old Atlantean energy, a lot. I'm telling you, it's amazing.
Okay.
And there's a saying that they had the last war here in Tulum between the Lemurian and Atlantean culture, and also in Maui. In Maui, there's still, it's called in Valley, Ayu Valley, which is supposed to be for women, and the women used to hide there to deliver the children. And they had one of the last wars, which was with the Alpha Draconians and the dragons, which was also connected to inner Earth. So the Atlantean culture is, just imagine, over millions of years, right? So we have it in the etheric realm, we have it on the earthly realm, and then of course an inner Earth realm, like in the underwater realm. So when people say, oh, I'm from Atlantis, then it's absolutely, you can ask them, hey, which Atlantis, you know? It's not just one.
Oh, I see. Well, I didn't hear, I've never heard that before. That's interesting. So, So the inner Earth beings, would they be the reptilians as well, or just the Dragonians, like you're saying?
Oh no, inner Earth, they're beautiful. You know, they're just a race of so many. They come from, like the old priestess and priestesses, they would go to inner Earth. And the inner Earth is the central sun. We have a central sun in us, the solar plexus, the central sun in inner Earth. and the central sun in our galaxy. But there are so many different galaxies with different central suns. And the central sun is helping us actually big time with the solar flashes and Schumann frequencies, you can Google it, to actually update and activate our DNA. So we're actually getting big major activation. So the inner earth, we call it Shambhala, Tolos, we call it Agathe. It's like they're beautiful beings, and there are all kinds of races. It's not just one.
Oh, okay. So how many different races do you think there are in the inner Earth?
I believe the same as we have in our galaxies. It's just that they live in inner Earth because some of them, they had to flee when we had the flood, when they were attacked. I mean, so many draconians, which I know, like the Mexican people, there are so many draconians. In Sri Lanka, we have many. There are a lot of beautiful people, but they had to hide, and they love to live in the canal and the cave system. So some of them, they had to hide. I mean, look at the African culture. There was a lot of slavery, right? And they had to flee, and now you can find them all over the world. Look at the gypsies in India, like you call them the Sintis. They're all over the world,
Yeah. So I was watching one of your videos where you were talking about implants.
Yeah.
As a form of mind control. Could you tell us about those?
Yeah, sure. Okay, I want to say there's always duality, and it's up to us that we bring the balance in. You can have a tornado, and in the eye of the tornado, you have peace. You can be in the tornado, and it will be like a roller coaster ride. And you can be around the tornado, which either you get sucked into the roller coaster ride, or you just stay that far away that you're all safe, right? So it's always a choice. Now, when you have implants, there are different kinds of implants. You have the ones which etheric, like energetic. You can't see them, but they're there in your aura or in your body. You can have an implant which looks like a rice corn, which is real, and you can grab it. And you can have implants which you planted yourself, or someone planted them to protect you. Now, in the old Lemurian and Atlantis time, we had to hide our knowledge when we had invasion and we had the big fall. So one of the people who had lots of knowledge, they put themselves implants to block them not to release the knowledge. And now they can remove the implants when they are actually finishing and healing their karma. Karma is never only bad, there's also good karma. Mm-hmm. But karma means you have to learn a lesson. Once you have learned to learn the lesson, because when you remove the implant, you get your power back. And with power comes responsibilities. And especially when you have lots of knowledge and wisdom, you need to know how to handle it. There are people, they always want to be psychic and say, oh, I want to open my third eye. But never ever a person asks when they open their third eye, are they actually ready for it? It's not funny. If you see passed away people, if you see people being honest or lying, do you want to see all that? Do you want to see the real truth? Are you ready for it? It can cause trauma. So when you remove the implant, it will either go by itself, and if you have like the positive one, it will go by itself when you're ready, okay, and it will bring a lot of knowledge back. And if you have a negative implant, that can only be active if you are fear-based. Like now they talk about coronavirus, this and that. You get sick when you are leaking love and when you are in a low vibration. So you get an implant, like there's abduction. When the different races, there's abduction because they want to connect with love. And we are humans or starseeds, we have so much love in us. Like we make sex to create a different being, but connected to love. So some of the star races, they're doing abduction and they do put implants because they want to actually just understand. And it's like a kind of tiny satellite when we put it on whales and different sea beings to see where they are. They like to track their location. So they're doing some studies on us. They think, okay, sex is automatically love, but it's not. So they just want to understand how we deal with our emotions. How come we have love? How do we, do all those things? They just want to understand what's going on. So those implants actually not bad. It's just that, okay, they're there. But the negative ones, they are there and they're blocking you. They create pain in your body because they help you. In the end of the day, they help you to look into your body, into your soul and your mind. Why are you scared? Why don't you trust yourself? Why don't you trust the universe? Why do you feel you're not protected? So when you have an implant, it's there because there's either something fear-based and it just helps you to remove the fear and to step more into the power of trusting.
Okay. So are all starseeds good then, or are there some bad ones?
I don't believe in bad starseeds. As I said, I just believe that everyone comes from one source and we have to help each other to remember that we're all from this one source.
But there is some evil in the world, right?
Yes, true. And you have the chance and the choice to tap into the frequency of love or negativity. If you meet a lot of really bad people, you have the power to transform. You can tell them who they are. I have been all over the world. I have met the biggest mafia people. They have always treated me like a princess, like a queen, because that's how I treat them. But I saw that they could kill other people. The question is that when someone is bad, there's always something called karma. Is it something they're bringing balance to the karma they had with that person in a different life? There's something called soul contract. You always have to look deeper. You can't just blame someone and say, oh, they're bad. Why are they bad to you and good to someone else? There's something called a soul contract. Look into that.
So can you tell us what a soul contract is?
Yes, a soul contract is like go to YouTube. There's something called The Little Soul by Neil Donald Walsh. It's a beautiful story. It's like, just imagine you and me, we are on like in the etheric realm. It's like we just had a life and we died and we're just in that realm, and then we are both talking to each other and we're coming from the same soul tribe. And I tell you, I say, hey, Michael, I just want to go to Earth and I want to know how it feels to be killed by someone. But I don't know anyone who would do that to me. So I want to really have this experience. And you would say, oh my gosh, Agathe, this is like quite a challenge. Why do you want to experience that? I'm like, I want to know how it feels. So in my next life, I can help people, who got killed and are traumatized. And I would say, Michael, please help me to have this experience. And then you would say, oh my gosh, Agathe, I love you so much. I will do this for you. But what about if we reincarnate on Earth and I don't remember who you are and I just kill you and you don't remember who I am? Will you hate me? And I will say, you know what? I know that our love is so big. I might forget who we are, but my soul will remember. And then we just incarnate on Earth and we both have forgotten who we are. And then all of a sudden there's an incident. You're looking for food and I'll come and I shout at you and you just kill me because you're trying to survive. But I had the experience to be killed, right?
Yeah.
So there's a soul contract between our souls, which is much higher than our brain can actually grab. And you did me this favor. I had an experience and you learned from it too. Okay? That's like in a very small nutshell.
Wow, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
Wow. So let's talk about portals and stargates for a second. You believe in them, that they exist?
Totally, yes. Yes.
Now, do we create them ourselves, or are there certain places where they are?
Okay, that's again, we have different realms. We are walking portals for sure. It's like, just imagine, we are water, we are minerals, we are made of love, we are walking portals. We can shift into different realms, levels, just when you, like, okay, now you can be grounded, like thinking about how you feel, feeling your body. But the moment you're thinking of me, what I do in the country where I am in Mexico, that's already, you're already you're going through a portal because you're not here with me and you're not with you. It's like your soul is already here with me. And then we have portals, like the dragon beings. They are the ones who can travel through portals, like inner earth, this realm, different galaxies, different dimensions. So the dragons, they're actually very amazing with portals. And then, yes, we have wormholes and we have different technology. Like I spoke to Frank the other day, they made the movie Packing to Mars with Tonya. And he was saying Nikola Tesla was one of the people, they had technologies like doing time travel and going through wormholes. There's a lot of out there, yes, definitely. And you can even use portals to go from, we have Untersberg in Austria, and they have time phenomena there, and they have portals going from the surface to inner earth.
So, how long do you think before the human race understands what's going on, what reality really is?
As Dolores Cannon said, I never actually read her book, and I just hear from people that she has the same theory as I believe in. It's like 2020. 2020 is the balance. It's like two. It's duality, and we're bringing it into balance, male and female energy. So, can you please repeat that question?
Yeah. If all this is going on the Earth today, with the inner Earth and the portals and aliens and spaceships,
yes.
and all of this is going on, how long before the human beings wake up to all this that's going on?
Yeah. So now it's like we have duality. It's now we have the chance to either move on, right, to do the jump, and we can jump into 5D, and some people will choose to stay in 5G. So it's a choice you make. It's like when you're in a class, and we're both in the first grade, and it's like you do your homework, like you do your karmic lesson, and you learn and you heal and you open up for other possibilities, you will move on. If I don't do my homework and I'm lazy and I'm not moving my bum, it's like I always say, get up off your ass, like get up and do something. If you don't want to do the work and you expect others to do it and you just blame them, and I have that belief, I have to repeat my class. And you might be sad to leave me behind, but I'm never lost. You will just be ahead of time, and you will just go through all the classes till you stand on your own feet. And I will just come along, and I come later, I'm not lost. So if you decide to be in 5D right now, to go with the shift, and I decide to be in 5G, I will just come later.
Okay, so it's kind of up to us.
Yes. So there will be a part of humanity which just understand what's going on, and the other ones who don't, because never forget that healing comes change. Not everyone is ready to change, and not everyone is ready to heal. Because when you heal, you get more wisdom and knowledge, and then you have to step up in your own power, and not everyone wants to do that. I mean, there are people, they like to be sick because they get more attention,
Yeah.
We call them energy vampires, because they just suck energy from others, because they don't want to be responsible for anything they do. It doesn't mean they're bad, but it just shows it's wrong. It's not okay. And then they just stay in 5G. It's okay.
So are there beings that feed on the negative energy?
Yes, definitely. Because those are the ones who don't have love and light, and those are the ones who have forgotten that they come from love and light, and to survive they have to just go and be entities and suck energies. But many entities and demons, they're just misused by black magic, by the people who do dark magic. They misuse the demons and entities. Yes.
So how do you achieve a starseed activation, an initiative?
Yeah, I would like to explain, if it's okay, what is the difference between activation and initiation.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. An activation is very different from an initiation. When you do Reiki, and I don't recommend any initiations for any starseed, because as I mentioned, starseeds have a lot of knowledge and very high frequent energies and a lot of individual different psychic abilities. Now, if you do Reiki and you do an initiation, that means it's one technique put on everyone, which is the same technique for everyone. But that makes you not individual, okay? That means you're being a part of a tribe who does everyone is the same. Also in Reiki, it used to be very high frequent energy in the past, but the energy of Earth is rising, so we don't need it. It's very old, but it's a convert thing now, because people who pay a lot of money, I know people, they paid 5,000 euros, it's almost like $6,000, just to get a master initiation. Does it mean they're real masters? No. They got the knowledge, but it doesn't mean they know how to deal with that knowledge, you know?
Yeah.
True mastery is coming always from the heart, and it comes from inside, never from another master, never. So people in Reiki, they abuse the energy when they pay money because they have it. It doesn't mean they have the knowledge. The energy of Reiki is you being a human with your own issues, and you get an initiation, and then you initiate someone else. Your energy will go to that person. Okay, so those are the disadvantages of Reiki, but I'm a Reiki Grandmaster, I used to be one. It's a big opening up, it's great, but if you want to improve your skills, I don't recommend it. Now, the initiation it's individual, it's a lot of healing, removing of implants, healing of trauma. It comes always in nature, and it comes from the deep inside of you. An initiation brings all the soul parts back into your body, into your being, which is knowledge, wisdom, psychic abilities. And it can be very different from all the other people who get activation. Oh, sorry, did I say initiation? Activation. An activation is when you incarnate on Earth. We have lower vibration on Earth. The moment you go to different levels of vibration, you have to split off those high frequent soul parts so that you can incarnate on Earth. And those soul parts, because now the energy of Earth is rising, when you do an activation, you bring in those soul parts, and that's your unique energy. It's you and no one else's. And that's the major big difference. And you can always increase your activation because there's so much to bring back to Earth.
All right.
And yeah, and you're your own master. There's no master above you. That's the major thing.
So it's all about frequency then. Are there beings here on the Earth now that we can't see because we're not on the same frequency?
Yes, a lot. The dragons, the fairies, the trolls, but the good, nice trolls, and yes, so many. I mean, yes, of course, the pastaways, but even they are not bad, you know. It's like they just want to go home, so they stick to people that they feel they can help them. There's so much, yes.
Have you ever seen any?
Yes, I do actually. I can see the pastaways, and I release a lot, like especially around Halloween. I create light bridges, and I just send them home. Like especially in Europe and Germany, we had so many from the Konzentrationslager. I don't know how to call it in English. The camps, you know, there were so many.
So when you say you create a light bridge, what is that?
It's just about intention and visualization. It's like, first of all, when you have a passed away and they can't find home, and the reason is they're traumatized, they had an accident, they were not ready to go, or they had a very terrible death. So that means they don't even know that they're dead. So the first thing is always 3 times. You say, body, mind, and soul. You say, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead. You don't have a body. Your body is cold. You're not alive. You say that always 3 times. And then they actually can realize what's going on, that they don't have a body, right? Mm-hmm. And then you tell them, please look out for because everyone has an angel, a guard, a guidance, spiritual guidance. Everyone has that. And then you tell them, please, you call out for their guidance and say, please come and help him to go home, or to help her to go home. And then you create a light bridge So in the bridge, they can go to the etheric, like we call it astral realm, so they can go back home into the light.
Well, this is fascinating. So what's important for starseeds to know?
Okay, it's very, like, we have a lot of, I call it doping in the spiritual scene. There's a lot of ayahuasca stuff, DMT, LSD, weed stuff going on right now, and people just want to do the shortcut. It will never work. You know, if you have two people in the Olympic Games, and one guy worked really hard and did his work, and the other guy is just doping, and both have the chance to win, whom would you support to win? The question was, whom would you support to win? Like, if both people have the same chance to win, but one is doing doping and the other one worked really hard, which one would you support?
Well, the one that's doing the work, right?
Exactly. So if you have psychic abilities because you're doing ayahuasca, and ayahuasca means it's a near-death experience. You're actually crossing the border. There's a movie called Coma or something. They are crossing the border to death, and then they're being haunted by spiritual entities. And that's not a joke, it's reality. When you smoke weed, people say, yes, it helps a lot. But what it does is you're suppressing your anger, you're suppressing your emotions, you're trying to control yourself because you're not allowing yourself to be angry. When you smoke weed, you're opening up yourself a lot. Your soul is moving out of your body, because that's what soul does when the pain is too much to carry and to hold, like you can't take the pain anymore. The soul leaves the body. And if you want to heal, the soul needs to be in the body. So when you smoke weed, you do ayahuasca, you do DMT and all those artificial things, your energy chakras are open up, your soul is leaving your body. That's when you connect with the etheric realms and you feel like home and you feel good. But your psychic abilities are only working when you take those things. That means you're creating a codependency to those substances. And you're suffering when you don't have them, because you're just falling back to earth into your body, and then it's like your body is paining. Because for your body, it's big time pain and traumatizing. So all I want to say for the starseeds is, do the work, do the shadow work, do the healing, do the trauma releasing. Because when you do the healing in nature, just, work with people who are healers, who are work from the heart with love and who are clean and pure. Go into nature. Do things which make you happy. And you will get the biggest success ever, because you're helping to release all the trauma, not just for you and your body. You will help in the collective, and you will help for your ancestral lineage. It's a major breakthrough.
Yeah, so pretty much stay away from the DMT and the LSD and the ayahuasca, right?
Yes, because people say, oh, DMT is natural. So if it's natural, why do you have to take it from outside? And DMT, if you release it while dreaming, do something on the daytime. Go to nature, go for swim, do dance. Music is the biggest amazing drug ever. You can dance and have a psychedelic experience.
Yeah.
Do something, jump from 1 meter into the water. It's like you get a kick, and do it safe, don't cross your safety border, but do something which oversteps your boundaries, and do something which excites you in your life. Life is amazing. Travel, see the world, be with people who may uplift you. We are just psychedelics ourselves. We don't need them from outside.
Yeah. Now, when you talk about multi-dimensional beings, could there also be different dimensions of Earth where we're kind of the same person but are living different lives?
Yes. Yes, we have different timelines. Like sometimes I see myself being in a different timeline. Multidimensional means actually you have all the psychic abilities, like hearing, smelling, tasting, seeing, inside with your third eye and outside. That is like multidimensional. Interdimensional means you can jump between different interdimensional galaxies, systems, this life, other lives, timeline.
Yeah. So is there a timeline where everybody's kind of the frequencies different where everybody sees everything that's going on?
Yes, yes, and that's, I call it the 5D. Yes, definitely, yes.
5D, you said?
Yeah, I just call it 5D instead of 5G. In 5G, people are being controlled. They don't know what's going on, and they're just being biorobots. But in 5D, that's what I call it. People are just in harmony and just, in the heart frequency.
Yeah. So, how long?
It's a lot of information, right?
Yeah, it really is. It really is a lot. And I'm curious. We see on the news a lot how they're talking more and more about UFOs and disclosure and things. Do you think that there's a time coming here pretty soon where, we're gonna turn on the news one day and see an alien ship landing in New York or something?
I'm 100% sure because the media can't hide it anymore. And when I was in Hawaii like 4 months ago, it was actually in the media. It's just because of the coronavirus thing, people didn't put attention to it. That's the crazy part, And do you remember those old movies when all of a sudden an old man stands in front of you and he scares you and he says, "There are UFOs, I was abducted," and everyone say, "Oh, look at this crazy person." But actually it's the truth and no one believed him. And now if someone would come, they would say, "Hey, we have to help him." It's like, it's true. We know it's true,
Yeah. I do want to go back to the inner earth for a little bit, and you talk about how there's the sun down there. You're talking about like the center of the earth, and even so the inner earth world is just as round as we are out here, right? They're just kind of like living on the inside, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the gravity works, whereas they pull towards the outside of the planet, and we're pulling in.
Do you remember the book by Jules Verne or something? He wrote the book about inner earth, the travel to inner. You should read that book. He just knew about it. In Hitler's time, there was one pilot, I forgot his name. You find it on YouTube, and he flew with his plane on the pole, I don't know, North or South Pole. He flew into inner earth, and he saw everything. He saw the dinosaurs, he saw different tropical forests and jungle, and he wrote about it. There's actually a lot of knowledge about inner earth, and they describe it. There are even drawings on inner earth. And when you go to YouTube and you when you Google and you write North Pole and South Pole, zoom in, you will see, it's actually crazy. You will see they covered with white color, they covered the poles, the holes, You can see that actually when you zoom in. It's like you can't see it, like there used to be holes and they just covered it with some white painting. So you can't see there's a hole.
Yeah, now, why would they hide that from us?
I know that the Vatican is on that side and they're doing a lot of hanky-panky stuff. So those people wouldn't like us to know, because if we would know about those things, we would try to connect with them and we would step more in our freedom and free will and in our power. And there's some energies and religions and tribes, I don't call them tribes, communities, which they wouldn't want us to be in our own power, so because then they can't control us, right? Because they are disconnected from love and light, and then they need our energy. I mean, I just want to tap into for like maybe 30 seconds into the child trafficking. They always say, oh, the Alpha Draconians, but who are actually the ones who actually do the child trafficking? It's the parents, and the parents are human. The question is, why would the parents do that? Because they're disconnected from their own true self, right? Mm-hmm. And they're just being trapped into being controlled because they don't want to do their work. They just want to stay lazy and they don't look into what's going on in the world. They just want to make easy money because they're ego-driven. So we have to go deeper. We can't just blame everyone for it, Why are you being controlled? Because you're letting it happen. Sometimes it's easier to be controlled and someone makes the decision for you. Sometimes it's easier to be controlled because you're full of fear and you don't want to be brave. And yes, children are the most purest love and light, and they're full of emotions. They're free. They're not controlled yet. So what is the biggest energy resource ever? It's a child. And that's why we need to support children to stand up in their own truth and just be who they are, not to put them into society rules and regulations.
So when you're talking, I'm sorry, I want to stick on this for a second. When you talk about child trafficking, it's the humans that are selling the kids to the Dragonians. You're saying?
Actually, okay. I have to go a little deeper. Now let's say, okay, there was a big case, right? That's like the negative side, but it's important to talk about it. Now, the Vatican, the Catholic, and even the Buddhist, even the Hindu culture, those priests, they would abuse children, right? Now, they do that, and they're humans, they're not aliens. They do that because they got abused. But the moment, like the Illuminatis, there's certain people, they do that because they haven't learned to get their own energy, that the energy is like comes from inside of you. So they do that to the children, first of all, because they experience the same and they don't know it any better. They think it's right. For them, it's not a bad thing. Like here in the Mayan culture, they used to kill and sacrifice priests and priestesses and children because they thought it's necessary to appease the gods, to bring the balance and to protect everyone. Mm-hmm. It's a lack of knowledge. It's just call them dumb if you want. If I want to be mean, I just call them dumb. They don't know any better. It doesn't mean it's wrong to them. It's wrong to us because we are more evolved. And it's for them to get energy. It's just their battery. But if we teach them that they can connect with their own love and then they have an unlimited free energy resource, they would not do that. And most of the times, like look at Thailand, we still have that, It's like in Thailand, women, I mean, that's the truth. It's a fact. I'm not saying something which is unknown, do your research. I always tell people, do your research, use your brain. In Thailand, women work a lot and they do a lot of sex work. Like they get into marriages because a man is rich and the man is happy. Maybe he's overweight and he's ugly and he doesn't get a woman. He just goes to Thailand and he gets married to a Thai girl and he has some money. She's happy in a way, like because she gets the money, she has a good life and she can support the family. And he's happy that he has a woman on his side. But does it mean it's true love? I don't think so. Can they be truly happy? I don't think so. And women in Thailand, they do that because they don't see any other opportunity. They don't know the knowledge and wisdom of, the secret of the law. They don't know those things. So it's for them, it's very normal. It's not right, but it's normal for them.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I've been hearing stories about, I guess, the inner Earth or reptilians or whatever down in tunnels, underneath the earth that have kids in cages and things like that. Is that what you mean when you talk about child trafficking?
No, child trafficking starts for me like when I say a woman gets married to a man just for money.
Okay.
It starts when the parents tell a child to behave a certain way. They're not allowed to cry when they feel like crying. That's already child trafficking for me because those are all the sources when they get energy. It's when you try to please another person and you say, okay, you know what? It starts with yourself. You're trafficking yourself. It's just it starts small and it makes a major impact.
So do you think that there's a point that we're going to reach here pretty soon where the good will overcome the bad?
Always. Love is powerful. It's not a shortcut. Sometimes it takes time. There's a saying in Germany, die Mühlen mahlen langsam, aber sie mahlen. That means the mill is grinding slow, but it grinds and it's very smooth. And that's what it is, Good quality it's not always necessary fast, but it goes smooth and correct, and it will all blossom in the end. It's not, you can't do doping every time you suffer in the end. You do it properly, do it the right way, and you will prosper.
So how does religion fall into all of this? Is, you know, like when we talk about Jesus or Moses or God, or how does that all come into play? Do you think that Jesus was a real person?
Yes, definitely. But we have many, we call them also ascended masters, right? They're just they were like way supreme and ahead of time, and they were incarnating from different stars. And we had the priests and priestesses from Atlantis and Lemurian, and those people had magic abilities. Those were actually, I call them aliens. We have Christ consciousness. Christ consciousness means it's not religion based. It means I call it the new earthmen, which have psychic abilities, which are very much connected with their heart, which see a woman equal, which love their children, and they raise their children the same way a woman would do. That's the Christ consciousness. It's knowledge, it's wisdom from inside, and being guided by Mother Earth and Father Heaven, okay, being in alignment with nature. And those people just had the wisdom and knowledge. And religion took those knowledge and wisdom over, because when you go to the Egyptian culture, when you go to the Catholic culture, you know, and you can do your research, the Catholics erased the reincarnation from their books. In the Hindu culture, reincarnation is a part of the process, but they created the how do you call it, the caste system, and they say, oh, someone is supreme and you're low, which is ridiculous. No one is supreme and no one is low. Yes, I noticed that when I have high frequency and I meet someone who sucks my energy, it drains me, right? But the question is, why do I attract that person? Okay, so that means I have to put and point the finger towards me and not towards someone else. And religion, sadly to say, is trying to control people, is sucking energy, is hiding knowledge. The Vatican is hiding knowledge big time. The Muslim people, they have the sacred religious war, which people kill themselves, and they think it's a great thing to do. It's never a great thing to do, to kill yourself for someone else. You know, it's crazy. Like the Buddhism, we have it in Sri Lanka. Those Buddhist people are all male. They disapprove of females. In Thailand, the Buddhist male, they are not even allowed to touch women. The most amazing Buddhist culture I have experienced was in Vietnam. Oh my God, they're amazing. But I saw that those Buddhist monks actually coming from families because they didn't have money. So they're being obliged to the culture and religion of Buddhism, that they became monks because they didn't have the money to be standing and being raised by their own family. You know, so they're being obliged to the religion because they looked after them.
Yeah.
You know, you have to dig deep. You have to understand what religion is all about.
Do you think starseeds are more intuitive than people who aren't?
Yeah, very psychic, yes. But a lot of starseeds are scared of showing them the true selves. They're scared of, you know, I have sometimes the issues of being scared of my own power, because it can be overwhelming. If two people come to you and you have never experienced love in your childhood, you got always abused, and all of a sudden, even if it's just one person who just loves you, no matter what, it just loves you just like that, and you don't have to do anything. Would you believe that person truly loves you and it's just there? No, you would not. You would say, hey, what's the hidden agenda? It's overwhelming. If someone truly loves you, it's overwhelming. It's scary. You know, that's the programming they have put onto our earth, and religion is a negative programming of love. They put a Christ coming back to Jesus. They put Jesus on the cross and showing it to everyone, and people have in their house a cross with a bleeding human being. What the heck? That's screwed up. I mean, that means love for them means sacrificing. You need to sacrifice. You need to feel guilty. You need to be ashamed of yourself. You need to suffer. That's love for them. Love will never, ever ask you to sacrifice. Never, ever.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, that's true. So you think that the Earth was seeded?
The Earth was?
Like seeded, like from intelligent beings seeded the Earth, or do you think that there are native Earth people still here?
As I said, I think all earthlings are still starseeds, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm talking about like the first humans on Earth. Do you think that we just evolved from, I guess, apes or monkeys or whatever,
No,
or do you think
no,
that?
for sure. No, no.
Yeah.
Definitely not, no.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too. I'm right there with you. All right. Well, what a fascinating conversation. We really appreciate you coming on. What a lot of information to take in.
Yeah.
Maybe maybe we'll have some, once all this kind of settles a little bit and we can all think about what we just learned from you, we'll have more questions and we can get you back on.
Yeah, sure, of course. I love to.
All right. So where can everybody find you? You have a YouTube channel, a webpage. You want to tell
Oh,
everybody where they can find you?
yes. Thank you, Michael, for that opportunity you're giving me. Thank you. No, I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to give me the opportunity to be seen and to be heard. Thank you for that. I have an English and a German YouTube channel. The German one is Aurena Agathe Fohler, and the English YouTube channel is Aurena International. My webpage is aurenafohler.com. And my Instagram is Aurena's Insight. You can see all my globe trotting and experience going to cenotes, diving. I just have the new experiencing of diving. I just did a night dive. It was amazing. You know, Michael, when someone tells you you will do something new, but it feels like home. Do you know that feeling?
Yeah.
It's like I never dived in my life, and when I started diving, it was like coming home, and I've never done it. And then I understood the meaning of saying that, of the phrase.
Yeah, I bet that's a pretty good experience, diving at night. I haven't done that. I've done diving when I was in St. Lucia. I did a little diving. I guess not really diving with a tank, but diving with a hose, and
Wow.
that was really neat. Just let everybody know all of the links to your stuff will be in the description box below. So
Yeah.
you can always just go down and all of the links to all of your stuff will be there. And we definitely appreciate you coming on the show and thank you so much.
Yeah.
And like I
Thank
said,
you.
if people have questions and stuff, I'll encourage them to reach out to you because you definitely know what you're talking about, and it certainly is an interesting concept.
Yeah.
So, anything else you wanna give people advice, a word of advice before you go?
Yes. Once I forgot to mention my Facebook Arcturian group. Any starseed is most welcome to join and to spread and share their knowledge. It's a teamwork, okay? And yes, my last message would be: remember who you are. Remember that we all come from one source. And you can be in duality trapped, or you can be in balance and harmony with yourself. So you're your own master, and just do the work, do the healing, go in nature and connect with nature, and treat everyone the way you want it to be treated. And never be scared of life. Always, I know it's not easy, and I have been there. I still go through challenges, but do the jump, trust yourself, trust that the universe catches you when you jump. Thank you.
All right, that's awesome, man. I hope everybody goes and checks out your website and some of your YouTube channels because it really is fascinating stuff. We'll be right back on Conflict Radio right after this. Welcome back to Conflict Radio. That was fascinating. I hope you were able to follow along and found that as interesting as I did. Remember, you can always find us online, www.conflictradio.net. You can also find us on YouTube. Just search the Conflict Radio Network. Search Conflict Radio on Apple iTunes, Spreaker, or all the normal podcast catchers. Until next time, batten down the hatches and be safe. You're listening to Conflict Radio on the Conflict Radio Network. Greetings, and welcome to Conflict Radio. Today is January 14th, 2021, and we are well into the winter. We are coming to you from Huntsville, Alabama, and today we're going to have David Weatherly on the show. His newest book, Monsters at the Crossroads, is available now. He also has a ton of other books. I recommend checking out his website, eerielights.com. You can just Google David Weatherly, or the link will be in the description box below. Well, I don't want to waste too much time yapping up a storm, so let's just get right to it. We'll be right back on Conflict Radio with David Weatherly right after this. Welcome back to Conflict Radio. I've got David Weatherly with us. His newest book, Monsters at the Crossroads, Cryptids and Legends of Indiana, is out. David, how are you today?
I'm great, Michael. Thanks for having me on.
Man, it's awesome to have you on. We're beaming to you from Huntsville, Alabama, and I got to ask you, first and foremost, how long before we get an Alabama book on cryptids?
Well, the Cryptid State series is really rolling out. I just announced the newest one, which is North Carolina. That'll be out in probably early February. And I don't have Alabama scheduled yet, but you know, it's funny because I get messages constantly. Everybody's asking, you know, when are you going to do my state? When are you going to do this one and that one? And it's kind of very organic. I do have the next several planned out already. And in fact, I've already worked on the next several, but I can't promise a date on Alabama yet at this point.
All right. Well, I'm sure you've been getting some stories from the Alabama folk down here. I think we have something called the Alabama White Thang. Have you heard of that?
Oh, I have. Yeah, that's a pretty curious creature. You know, it's interesting because it sort of is a great example of this blend, I believe, of actual accounts, a little bit of folklore, and, you know, maybe some mistaken identities and so forth. But one of the things curious about this creature, and I don't know how much you've looked into this beast yourself, but one of the curious things in this case is that the descriptions vary pretty widely. Now, the accounts go back for, about 100 years. I know that there are accounts from at least the early 1930s documenting this thing. And through the years, it has sort of morphed at times. And some of the accounts are reporting something that sounds like an albino Sasquatch. You know, they're talking about a tall creature that's 7 or 8 feet in height and covered with white hair. Some of the characteristics they talk about in the sightings involve, like these dreadful screams that people hear at night. Some people describe it as sounding like a woman, or some people say it sounds, sort of cat-like. And then other people talk about these different sounds that it makes. Some people describe it as sort of a deep barking. But, if we look at Sasquatch counters from around the country and even abroad, then we hear these different vocalizations reported, this sort of, this huffing sound that could be interpreted as a bark by some people. So we get that set of descriptions attached to this creature, but then we get other descriptions that really sound completely different. It sounds like they're talking about something that is more cat-like. They talk about it moving on all fours, that it's very quick, that it has a cat-like head in some accounts. And when I looked into this briefly, I saw that the early accounts seem to stick a little bit more to this theme, that it's something sort of cat-like. Now, they still say it has white hair, obviously from the popular name, but they're talking about something. In some cases, they say it resembles a lion. Other people talk about it lurking in trees and waiting to pounce on people. So we get these cat-like characteristics that are portrayed in some of the early accounts. But what we also get are things that sound very much more like folklore. There's an account from the early, I think it's from the 1930s also, that talks about a gentleman who saw it, and that, it's kind of it's almost a silly account. He talks about seeing this thing and that it fell asleep next to him, and he woke up with this thing just laying there, and it didn't harm him, but it just looked at him and kind of went away. And, you get these really odd pieces of lore that have crept in and all combined to make up the body of legend around this creature, this white thing, as they call it. And I think, especially if we look at modern accounts, I think what we're seeing in modern times is a Sasquatch that people are seeing. It's either an albino or it just has very, very light hair. And it's one of those cases where people are having a strange experience and they're attaching it to the mythos that has grown up there over the years.
Would that be primarily the stories of this thing coming out of the Talladega Forest?
Yeah, mostly. I mean, there's a whole region in Alabama that covers 3 counties. So Jefferson, Morgan, and Etowah.
Okay.
And this region is where most of the reports of this thing have come from. You go back to the early accounts, and there's other bizarre things that are attached to it, because there's a report that it resembles a kangaroo with a cat's head. There are reports in the early days that it has some kind of connection to funerals. So it's commonly showing up in early accounts at funerals, at wakes, at graveyards. People are reporting sightings of it. But as I said, it's really strange. It seems to be one of these cases where we have a true blending of different facets of both folklore and maybe, certainly from the early period, some creative storytelling probably, but then actual encounters also with some kind of a strange creature, or very possibly more than one type of unusual creature that have, just all been thrown into the pot, so to speak, to create one central bit of lore around this particular creature.
Huh, that's fascinating. Do they have other, I guess, creatures that they talk about in Alabama, or is it just the white thing?
Well, that's certainly the most famous one. If you look at the various different manifestations of cryptids and so forth in any given state, you're going to have a lot of Sasquatch encounters. And Alabama, with all of its wilderness and forest and everything, it's a prime place for that, because you've got so much backcountry, so to speak. And it's kind of cool to start looking at these things. There's other accounts, Alabama, Wolfman. There's a story about a Wolfman in Alabama. There's a story about there's another local term. I can't remember what he's called right off. But, sometimes what we get are accounts that are Sasquatch, but they're given local names. And sometimes that's due to newspaper reporters. Sometimes it's just a slang term that the people in the region use, and they kind of throw it on there. We see this a lot in certain states. Indiana had a whole long period in the 1970s where all these monsters were popping up, and they all had individual names. But really, when you get down and examine the individual encounters, you see that they're essentially talking about Bigfoot. They're Sasquatch sightings, but, we'll call this one the Mill Race Monster, because it's seen around Mill Race Park, and then there's another one. So it's kind of interesting digging into these individual states and seeing how the culture and the traditions of the area apply certain things to the creatures. And this is the case with this white thing. They have this whole set of stories about it, attaching it to the idea of the things showing up in cemeteries and at wakes, and it gives it sort of a quality of almost sort of otherworldly, saying that, well, this is attached somehow to the realm of ghosts and that part of the paranormal. But really, it's not. We're talking about, in the cases, for the most part, we're talking about flesh and blood creature.
Yeah. So, do you think that they're actually? Do you think the Bigfoots are out there in our forests, or do you think they're just kind of crossing over from a different dimension, so to speak?
Well, that's always a loaded question. That sets off a lot of traditional cryptozoologists, because when you get into traditional, Bigfoot study, so to speak, you've got two distinct groups. You've got people who believe that it's a flesh and blood creature, there's nothing supernatural about it. And then you sort of get the other extreme who are saying, no, these are, highly evolved, they're psychic, they're all this and that. And quite honestly, having done this for so many years and seen all the different beliefs and traditions from around the world, I kind of fall a little bit, I lean more towards the physical creature, but I have to give way to a certain degree to what people maybe would call supernatural aspects, because there are so many strange things about these sightings. And, what I frequently say is that it really sets people off if you throw around the word paranormal in conjunction with Bigfoot.
Yeah.
And what I like to point out is that, look, paranormal, it simply means something beyond the normal, something we don't understand yet. And my theory on these creatures is that they are physical beings, but that they have abilities or qualities about them that we just don't understand scientifically yet, or can't quite connect the pieces to yet, for instance. So as an example, I think it's highly likely that they are able to use infrasound. And, there's evidence for this because we have other known animals that use infrasound, and it has a whole range of effects on humans. It affects the human nervous system. It can do all kinds of unusual things. So if they have a particular type of infrasound that they are able to utilize, that could explain some of the sightings where, we have someone watching a Sasquatch and suddenly something has happened and the beast is not there. The other thing I often say is that, it may be some type of very advanced biological camouflaging that they're able to utilize. And whether that is in conjunction with infrasound or whether it's something else, we obviously don't know yet. But, as a point of reference, I always say, imagine the first person who ever saw a chameleon. They're looking at a lizard that's over on a tree, and suddenly the thing's just gone. From their perspective, there was probably some type of strange, magic or something supernatural. But really, it's that creature's ability to blend into its surroundings. So while it would be unusual for a creature this large to have something like that, it certainly is possible, because we know that other biological creatures are able to do such things. So, I think that we need to, yes, understand that we're looking at something that most likely is physically real, because there's plenty of evidence. There's so many tracks and sightings and other things. But we also need to not completely discount the possibility or the potential that there are things about this creature that we simply don't understand yet scientifically, and that is what is affecting our perception of what these things can or can't do.
Do you think that they move around underground a lot, utilizing cave systems and such? Because here in Alabama, we have a huge cave network all over the state, all kinds of underground caves here.
I do. I think they're opportunistic. So, if they're in a region where there are plenty of caves, then absolutely, it's going to be like any other creature. A bear will utilize caves for shelter and to make a den. Other creatures will too. So, certainly if they're in an area where, like you're talking about in Alabama, there's an abundance of caves, then absolutely they're gonna try to utilize those. I mean, I've seen reports from places like Kentucky where people have witnessed these things going in or out of caves, and we look at that whole region in the south, the southeast, and there's plenty of opportunity for them to do something like that. But then on the other hand, you see them in areas that are completely flat. I mean, there's plenty of sightings in Florida. I mean, they're roaming around the Everglades and different regions. So this is not an area where they're regulated or stuck to using caves for cover. But again, I think they take the opportunity to utilize whatever they can.
So, what do you think the issue is with not being able to really get these things on film at all? I mean, everybody has cell phones now. I mean, if they were all over the place, like I guess your work kind of suggests, I mean, is it the fact that they just kind of have a feeling that we're near and just get away, I suppose?
Well, I think it's a combination of things. People are always saying, how come there aren't more pictures? One of the things I like to point out is if you spent much time in the field, it's not easy to catch a great photograph of wildlife, especially when it's something unexpected. So if you look at documentaries or writings from wildlife photographers, we're talking guys that work for National Geographic and things like that. Yeah, they catch some amazing photos of, giraffes and lions and all these large creatures and so forth, or more elusive creatures. But when you really start digging in and finding out how they catch some of these photographs, some of these guys, they spend a tremendous amount of time in an area where this creature is known to be, camouflaged and just waiting and just, or, burning through footage or just being incredibly patient, hoping for that perfect shot. And these are creatures that we know about, we know where they live, we know, what their paths are, the watering holes and all these things. So, now when we're talking about Sasquatch, we're talking about a creature that intentionally remains elusive, whether through instinct or intelligence is hard to say, but they do intentionally avoid humans as much as possible, and at least all the evidence indicates that. So you combine that with the difficulty of catching photographs of something like that, then it starts to make a little bit more sense. I remember quite a few years ago, I was in Arizona. I was on a back road, and I was on a dirt road. I came around a bend in the road, and there crouched in the middle of the road was this incredible bobcat. So this creature, the lynx more properly, it was crouched down and was watching something. So it didn't even see my Jeep as I came to a quick stop. And it was so focused on whatever was in the brush that it was just crouched waiting. Now, I always have a camera ready. And at that point, it wasn't even my cell phone camera. It was just a regular camera. And it was on the passenger seat. As soon as I saw this cat, I grabbed this camera and flipped it on. And then in this, whatever fraction of a second or whatever it took the camera to turn on, this cat leapt off the road and was in the brush after whatever it was chasing. And, that was an incredible sighting, but guess what? I have no evidence of it. I had no picture. There's just this amazing sighting, but as quick as that was, I couldn't get that shot snapped off. And, people think, they hear these stories, I saw this and I tried to get a picture of it, but I couldn't. Well, there's kind of a logical reason for it. And I think if you're in a situation where you experience something like that, you start to realize, wow, it's not as easy as it sounds like. People can sit around their living rooms and, kind of complain and play the skeptic and say, well, should have caught a picture of it. But most of these sightings, these accounts, they're pretty brief, and people see this thing only for seconds very often.
Yeah. I totally agree with you. I was in Colorado once, just driving with a friend, and we're on a dirt road out. I think it was Canyon Drive or something, and we come around a corner, and there was two bears right there on the road. And by the time we stopped, got our cell phones out and went to take a picture, they were gone, and we didn't get a very good picture of them at all. I think I got one,
right?
But all you really see is just some black behind a bush.
Yeah, just a blur or something moving.
Yeah.
I would be more skeptical if somebody told me, that they had a sighting of Bigfoot and it lasted for, 30 minutes that they just sat and watched this thing. And well, if you had your phone with you, why didn't you pull it out and take a picture, if it's that long? But, truly most of these accounts, they just don't last very long. And the thing is that another thing a lot of people don't realize is that it's difficult for the average person to accurately judge time, especially when something unusual is happening to them. So the perception is sort of off, when they recall the event, and they'll say, well, I watched this thing. Well, how long did you watch it for? Oh, it was probably a couple of minutes. Probably it wasn't. It was probably less than a minute. It may have been 30 seconds or something. But, it's difficult to process when you're seeing something that you just don't expect to see, or something that is tremendously unusual, or in the case of something like Sasquatch, rather mythical. The average person is trying to process, what am I seeing? Am I really seeing this? Could it be something else? Oh my God. All these things are running through the consciousness. And, very frequently the first reaction is not to, oh, let me get my cell phone out and start recording footage. It's just not that frequent.
Yeah.
But, there's a lot of other evidence, too, with things like a lot of people believe that these things are sensitive to cameras and to infrared and things like that, because, of course, we have a lot of cases where people have, multiple sightings in an area, and, people will put out game cams and things like that, and the trail cams just come up with nothing, which is in itself kind of curious.
Yeah, and another thing you mentioned earlier, if they were utilizing caves, you would think that they would have another, they obviously, their eyes don't work the same way ours do. I mean, they're not down there holding torches while they walk around. I mean, they must be seeing their way through somehow, right?
Oh, sure. And, considering that there's so much evidence that they're, able to move around nocturnally fairly easily. So it's definitely something that, I think you have to consider in those sightings too. It's not normal human sight that we're talking about. So they are adapted in a different way. And that being the case, they very well may be able to perceive things like infrared and things like that on a different level.
Now, I would imagine that you get a lot of stories from a lot of people who have read some of your books, and people constantly emailing you different encounters and such. How many different creatures do you think that there are? I mean, it has to be hundreds.
Gosh,
right?
I couldn't even hazard a guess, because there's so many accounts just of the monsters that we sort of do chronicle on a regular basis. I mean, Sasquatch alone, there's Bigfoot accounts from really all over the world. Every region almost has a range of accounts, and sometimes there's hundreds or more, and sometimes it's just a handful. But then you move beyond that, and you're looking at water monsters are very commonly reported. Be it a lake, a river, or the ocean. And then you've got, of course, strange winged creatures that people report, everything from Mothman to Thunderbirds to other strange things that people see in the sky. And, those are kind of the big areas. Then you go beyond that. And, of course, one of the things that are really common around the United States in particular are anomalous cat sightings. So people, seeing these out-of-place felines that sometimes are described as being, it was an African lion, or it was a tiger, a Bengal tiger, and whatever. And then other people are reporting things that do kind of make sense, even though they might be out of place. For instance, in the East, we have a lot of reports of panthers. And, officially, panthers are extinct in the eastern half of the country, except for Florida. The Florida panther still officially exists. But beyond that, the standard wildlife official line is that no, there are no panthers, there are no cougars wandering around, North or South Carolina or Georgia or any of these places. But guess what? There are hundreds and hundreds of reports. I mean, just a crazy number of them. And of course, what's fascinating is that the ones that really drive the wildlife officials the most insane, I think, are the Black Panther accounts, because if you look at, again, what we know about known animals, they'll say, well, there's no such thing as a Black Panther. Now, what they mean is that the common pictures you see of like Black Panthers, now those are often black jaguars, or cats that do have a pattern in their coat. It's just that their coat is completely black in this case. And that's not what people are claiming to see. What people are claiming to see is a creature that, for all intents and purposes, sounds just like a North American panther or cougar or mountain lion. Those are sort of interchangeable terms. But in normal circumstances, the known animals are that tawny color. However, people are reporting seeing those animals, yet they're solid black. And it just confounds officials, because they swear that there can be no such thing. But what's interesting is that there are so many of these reports. You can't, it's hard to just dismiss it and say, well, no, there's no such thing, because you get people from, different parts of the country who've never heard of each other, who've never heard about each other's accounts. And, they know what they saw. And I talked to people in North Carolina, veteran hunters who've been outdoorsmen their whole lives and knew every creature in the Carolina backwoods. But, they have an incident where one night, or one day sometimes, this creature strolls across in front of them, and it very clearly to them is a panther, and it's solid black. So, these are reports that are, I think, are very fascinating, because it's not so much a stretch in some people's minds. We're not talking about, Mothman, for instance, this giant winged humanoid creature that's zipping around in the air. Now we're talking about something that, by all accounts, it sounds like a creature that we certainly should be aware of, but it doesn't officially exist, and there's no defined evidence to say, yes, this creature is here.
Now, have you had any reports or stories coming in that any of these cryptids are seen to be using any type of technology?
Technology? No, I haven't really heard that. I mean, some of the more extreme cases you get, or that I get, you hear things that sound more like people are describing an alien type of encounter. But those, sound very different just from the get-go usually. If you're talking about strict cryptid reports, then you're basically talking about unusual animals or strange creatures that people are spotting. And while the bulk of these fall into certain groupings, as I was just describing, you do get some unusual ones here and there that are just so strange you just don't know how to classify them.
Yeah.
And I've talked to some of my colleagues at times about this. We sort of sometimes we'll share these reports and say, I just don't even know what to do with this one. It's it's just so weird that where exactly does it fit? And in some of those cases, at least, I think that what we get is a situation where people are seeing an unusual creature, but for some reason the encounter is, whether it's poor lighting or whether there's something going on that distorts the experience for the person. It's hard to say. I'll give you an example. We get these accounts of the lizard man in Scapler Swamp. And my good friend Lyle Blackburn, he looks into that pretty closely. And, it seems to be that in that case, we're probably talking about Sasquatch that is living in the swamp. You can call it a skunk ape or a swamp ape or whatever you want to. But the thing is that a creature living in those conditions is going to look different, just because of the environment that it's living in. It's probably going to be wet most of the time. It's probably going to stink a lot more than some of the other places that the thing might live. So that in itself distorts the appearance of this thing. And I think some people just don't know how to describe that. But again, the perception really gets screwed with in these cases because you've got people, the average witness is someone who hasn't really seen anything anywhere near like this before in their lives. They don't know exactly how to classify it or where to put it. How does this fit into their worldview, so to speak? So, how do they reconcile this with their knowledge base? Unless they're familiar, of course, with Bigfoot accounts, which more and more people are all the time because of the popular media. But, traditionally people just have a hard time knowing, wow, what is this thing? How do I even, relate what I saw or what I experienced?
Now, does Bigfoot seem to be more of an isolated creature, or do you think they, I guess, roam around in packs?
Most of the sightings, for the most part, they're of individuals. There's certainly plenty of evidence that they communicate with each other and that they have some kind of shared communication, if you will. There's a lot of evidence that the common wood knocking, for instance, that a lot of people experience, are a way for these things to communicate. The same is true with, a lot of people believe that they have some type of language that they're able to speak with each other with this very guttural. Sometimes it's termed samurai chatter because it sounds, to some people's ears, similar to archaic Japanese. And there's different theories about that, but really when it comes down to it, again, we just don't know enough of the facts about these creatures to be able to determine exactly what's going on here. Certainly, some of the classic cases, we hear evidence of them living at the least in family units. There's a famous Albert Ostman abduction that involves what appear to be a family of Sasquatch, and that's a very curious case. But many of the sightings, of course, are of individual creatures.
Could you tell us about that case? I haven't heard that one before.
Oh, you don't know this case? Yeah. So this is a really strange encounter. This was this came from a gentleman named Albert Ostman, who was a prospector in British Columbia. And he recorded an incident that occurred when he was prospecting in the 1920s. He was kind of, he's a classic outdoorsman, so to speak. He was up on his own, trekking up into British Columbia and searching out different areas. And he says that he was sleeping in his sleeping bag, and that something picked him up and carried him away. Now, he was sort of thrown over this thing's shoulders, so to speak, and the creature walked for, I want to say it was like 3 hours, 2 or 3 hours from where Ostman's camp was. And it took him to this area, kind of flopped him down, and he described a scenario where he was kept captive for several days by these creatures. He realized when he came, of course, out of his sleeping bag and looked around that, these creatures, there were several of them, that appeared to be a family of 4 that were, he doesn't know exactly. There's speculation as to why they abducted him. It's kind of strange, but they were not going to let him go. They kept watch over him, and as he sort of tries to figure out what to do, he's watching these creatures. One of them he described, the male has somewhere around 8 feet tall. And Osman, he looks at the items that he had with him, because he had one of his packs with him that was attached to the sleeping bag or something. So he had a few items. And eventually what happens is that he sort of develops his own escape, because he takes out a container of snuff. And he opens this thing up, and the male, the largest Sasquatch, gets curious about it and takes this container from him and downs the whole thing. And you can imagine the reaction of this thing pouring a whole can of this stuff into its mouth. And Osman took the opportunity to escape from the site and ran away. It turned out, as I said, he was several hours away from his original campsite. He ends up making it back, and he didn't tell his story for a long time. He only told it much later. It's like 20-some years later or something, he recounts this whole tale. And, it's an intriguing encounter for a number of reasons. One is that he was in a country where there's, so many sightings in British Columbia, and there's so much incredible land up there, so much just unexplored territory. I've been in British Columbia a few times, and it's a beautiful, rugged country. And, it's certainly a prime place for these kind of creatures to live, that's for sure. Osman, one of the things that impresses me about his encounter is that when you look back on this, he really had no reason to tell this story. There's nothing that, benefited him by sharing it. In fact, it was probably, more detrimental than anything, for him telling it. He was in, I think, his 60s by the time he shared the account. And, it's, bear in mind, this was the 1950s by the time he told the story. So, there's no internet, there's no, YouTube or anything like that for instant fame. And, he wasn't looking for attention in that sense. So from those points, we kind of had to consider it and say, well, we're talking about an old school guy that had no reason really to tell, this story and to share this account. Other people are more skeptical of it, just because obviously we don't have any evidence. It's far beyond the time or the point at which we could investigate it very well. And I can kind of see both sides of it, because it's one of those really crazy tales that we have to say, wow, why, did this really happen? Does this guy make this up for some reason? But again, I think it's a pretty intriguing tale, and it certainly is one of the classics in the field of Bigfoot, because it's so unusual, and it kind of, falls right into that range of classic encounters with a little bit more, so to speak, because, he gave a detailed description of these creatures, their appearance, and, what was happening. Different things, when he was there in their camp, I mean, they would give him, like the bits of food and things like that. So it's a curious story.
What were they eating? Did he say what they were eating?
Yeah, he talked about them eating some kind of in fact, they gave him at some point what he described as a sweet-tasting grass. So, obviously some kind of an herb or a plant or something that they had gotten from the area, I guess, and eaten. And they gave it to him, too. So, it's, again, it's really curious because the other aspect of this, we're talking about the 1950s, and this really is before accounts of these creatures were very widespread. Of course, we had the Patterson-Gimlin film years later. So, by the time Osman told this account, what was around mostly were Native American lore and different tales and sightings and so forth regionally from British Columbia and parts of Canada. But again, it simply wasn't as widespread as it became in later years.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting story. Now, I've done a show before on moon-eyed people, I suppose, of the Southeast. Have you heard anything about moon-eyed people?
Yeah, it's a North Carolina legend, and it seems to be indicating another earlier race that lived in the region prior to extensive settlement. The Cherokees talk about them, and there are some very strange artifacts that have been found in North Carolina that relate to these people, as beings, whatever they are. It's kind of fascinating because we get a lot of different tales of little people and other races who traditional lore from Native American tribes say lived here long before they did even. And this is one of those cases with the moon-eyed people. Unfortunately, the accounts are pretty scant. We just have a few stories from Cherokee tales and then occasional accounts, but those kind of cross over into territory that sounds like we're talking about accounts of little people in general. And that's something that's particularly fascinating for me because I've collected accounts from all over the world, really, but there are a lot of accounts right in the United States of people seeing what they variously describe as gnomes or trolls or leprechauns, or a whole range of different terms that they use. But again, if we go back to Native tradition, then a lot of Native tribes from around the country have stories of races of little people that lived here well before the tribe itself did.
Yeah, the Cherokee actually had a war with them, I was hearing.
Yeah, that's sort of a tale that carries over. You find that in a lot of different places. There are stories of the Native people in the region having a war or a conflict of some kind with this other tribe of beings, and inevitably, obviously, the other tribe lost. So the natives hold the land, and the others go away, so to speak. Now, that becomes very interesting to me because when you hear these stories, there are a lot of them from Europe and North America and other regions that talk about this conflict, and then they say that the others left through, sometimes it's a hole in the earth, sometimes it's a shimmering doorway. There's different things, and essentially I think what we're talking about are portals. These things have traveled or left somehow to essentially another level of existence. And I know for some people that starts to sound a little bit out there, a little bit too supernatural for some taste. But really, if you start looking at those concepts and those traditional stories and compare it to where science, particularly quantum science, is now, quantum scientists are now telling us, hey, we know there are other levels of existence. I think their last count is a dozen or something. We know there are 12 other levels of existence. We don't know what's there or how to get there, but we know it's there. And of course, my response is always, okay, well, just because we can't get there doesn't mean something there can't get here. I think that when you look at a lot of these old ancient stories from cultures who have held these oral traditions and passed these stories down for so many years, I think you're looking at instances of things come in, and sometimes and often going through these portals.
Now, see, that brings in a whole nother aspect of thinking about things like this, and I wanted to get your take on it. Is it possible that our minds just and our eyes just aren't capable of seeing these things, like they're there all the time? Our consciousness is just not at a point where our mind or our eyes are able to see them?
I think that's a distinct possibility, and certainly when you get into certain topics, you find that sort of reflected in the lore around the entity. What I mean by that is, as an example, the jinn. So the jinn, which really go back to the early days of Islam and the whole tale of the creation of the world, so to speak. You've got these creatures that were, in this case, created by Allah. Allah created humans, angels, and jinn. And when the jinn would not submit to the superiority of humans, then they were banished. Now, what exactly does that mean? When you read the ancient text, they will say that they're banished, they're not eradicated. They're just banished, yet they still exist. So there are all these stories of the jinn being among us. They're in the desert, they're in abandoned buildings, they're in all these places. And, traditional mystics from that region that I've spoken with, they'll say, well, they exist side by side with us, essentially, but we're just not able to perceive them. They'll say sort of the exact thing that you're talking about. They'll say, well, they're here, but we just can't see them or perceive them in the same way unless they want us to know they're there.
Yeah.
And it's almost as if you're talking about something that is perhaps vibrating on a different level, if I could use that term, or just existing with us. It is a very strange concept to start to wrap your head around, but it does have potential in perhaps approaching an understanding of some of these bizarre topics that we talk about and understanding how these things are there. Sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not in our perceptions. And, certainly how there are cases where someone suddenly experiences something, be it a creature or, a Sasquatch or a jinn or whatever it is, and then it's just suddenly gone. Well, perhaps that's not because it went somewhere, because perhaps it's because our consciousness opened briefly or long enough for us to perceive it in a different way. And I think that those are mysteries that, they're so deep and there's so many directions we could go with them, truly, because really we've only scratched the surface of understanding human consciousness, the human energy field, and what we're truly capable of, at our greatest potential. So, who knows what we could actually perceive.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I think that the possibilities are endless when it comes to the power of our own brains.
Yeah, absolutely. And, again, you go back to ancient traditions. It's always kind of curious to me, because I see the quantum sciences sort of reaching backwards in a sense and addressing things that old traditions have been talking about for a very, very long time. The idea of the human energy field is a great example, because, of course, for the longest time, science denied there was any such thing. It said, no, that's not real. But then we had things like in the 70s when people really started studying, for instance, the potential of the aura, and, started looking at plants having an energy field and being more conscious than we realize. And really it sort of branched off from there. So we've gotten to the point where, now in modern times, people are doing more to document things like healing touch or, the transmission of qi through things like qigong. And healing, and they're seeing that, wow, there is something that transpires here that we can start to document and start to see. But again, that's only the tip of the iceberg. What is the true potential of being able to fully utilize that energy and work with it and consciously direct it?
Yeah. So I want to talk a little bit about your book, Monsters at the Crossroads, Cryptids and Legends of Indiana. So I have to tell you, the illustrations on your book covers are fantastic. I'm sure that you get that a lot.
I do. That's artist Sam Sharon. I always give him props for that. And he has done all the Cryptid State series, and he's done the Wood Knot series also. He's done a couple of the other books too, but he's an incredible artist, and Sam is great because I'll come up with a cover concept and the creatures, and tell him sort of loosely, hey, this is what I want to see, and he always comes back with just a stunning illustration. And the Cryptid State series, he's been doing a full wrap cover so that the back also displays usually a couple things hidden in there. There's always a Sasquatch on the back somewhere, and we usually tuck another cryptid back there too. With the Cryptid State series, I'm trying to, for the cover, present often a cryptid that is very clearly associated with the state, and just is not as common overall. So, for instance, we had a Thunderbird on the cover of the Arizona book because of the Tombstone Thunderbird legend and so forth. And the Indiana book, which came out late last year, is the cover is the Beast of Busco. It's Oscar. It's a giant turtle.
Yeah. Now, I did want to ask you a little bit about Oscar the giant turtle. What's the story between that? Is it just a large snapping turtle, I suppose?
Well, on the surface, you could say, "Oh, yeah, it's just a giant snapping turtle," but there's a lot more to it. It's a very intriguing tale. It's sort of a human story in some ways, and it actually starts in 1898 when a gentleman named Oscar Folk, who owned a farm in Indiana, saw this giant turtle living in this lake on his property. And Folk just left the creature alone. The only reason the story got around was that he went into town and, he told people, "Oh, there's this giant turtle, that's in my lake." And it was left alone. Nobody did anything about it. But, what happens is the story kind of fast forwards to 1947, excuse me, when a gentleman named Gale Harris purchased the property. And Harris, too, was a farmer. He purchased the land so that he could make a living as a farmer. He and his family are living there, and they start doing normal farm-related things. He's out the summer after he purchased the property. He's out on his barn up on the roof with another gentleman, and they're doing some repairs. And they spot something in the water. So and sort of backing up from that, he had heard a story. Harris himself had heard a story from his brother-in-law, who claimed that he had seen a giant turtle in that lake. And Harris sort of dismissed it because he was like, well, his brother-in-law is kind of a prankster, and you can't take everything he says seriously. But then Harris himself saw it. And he and another gentleman who were working on the barn, they spot this thing. They watch it for a little bit, and it kind of swims around in the water above the surface and then goes away. And then they have another sighting. Well, Harris, he just randomly decides he's going to check this creature out, and he goes out to see if he can spot it on the water. And he sees it. He sees this giant turtle, and he says that the head of the thing is bigger than a baby, and he's talking about how massive this thing is. And he calls it initially Mr. Turtle. And in fact, that's what he mostly called it the whole time. He ends up deciding that he's going to catch this thing because it's such a massive specimen. And the story gets pretty crazy from that point on, because what happens, and I'll give you the short version, what happens is that Harris starts spending all of his time and energy trying to catch this turtle. He comes up with one scheme after another. He tries fishing lines, he tries nets, he ends up offering, for people to come from out of the area to try to catch it if they think they can catch it. The media got hold of the story, and it ends up being posted on the wire service, so it becomes a sort of nationwide thing. Suddenly this hunt for this giant turtle, and all these people, they're sort of hanging on every daily report. What's going to happen? Is the turtle going to be caught? Now, the name gets thrown on it by the locals because of the original sighting by Oscar Fulks. So sort of in honor of that sighting, they dubbed the turtle Oscar. And the town itself, which is Churubusco, is added to the name in a sense because, they call it Busco for short. So he becomes the Beast of Busco, or Oscar, the Beast of Busco. And everyone is sort of watching this story as it unfolds and all the crazy things that Harris comes up with to try to catch the turtle. This famous turtle hunters purportedly come from out of state, try to capture it. Harris at one point decides to pump the lake dry, and he rigs up this whole contraption that's run with his tractor engine and all this tubing and these pipes, and he's pumping water out of this lake around the clock, which is costing a fortune, and bear in mind that what's happening at the same time is that he's not spending any time planting crops. He's not farming, which is how he makes his living. He's not doing anything but focusing all of his time and energy and money on trying to catch this turtle. The story really kind of, it's sad in a lot of ways because it's very much about this man's obsession with trying to capture Oscar. And he eventually, he just drives himself into bankruptcy. The farm ends up getting foreclosed on, and, it gets sold off at auction. The media, they were very fascinated by it for a while, but as the media does, it's fickle. And once the story had kind of run its course, they, for the most part, stopped reporting on it. There were daily reports for a while, and there was so much massive attention that at one point they said they had police officers, law enforcement was out to regulate traffic on the road leading to Harris's farm because there were so many vehicles from people going to the farm hoping to catch a glimpse of Oscar. They parked everywhere. They parked all over this man's fields. They were just, completely disrespectful. And, all they wanted was to catch a glimpse of the giant turtle. They didn't care that they were parking on farmland or blocking him in. They blocked his kid, and his kid couldn't even get out to get to school. It's all these things that are happening that are human elements of this man's obsession with trying to capture this turtle. And eventually he never catches the turtle. He ends up losing the farm. As I said, he moves his family into town and ends up taking a job for an electric company. And turtle is just left to its own, left alone, so to speak. The people that purchased the farm made a public statement and said that they had no interest in bothering Oscar, and that if he was still there, he could live out the rest of his life in peace. But the legend is really cool because it did a lot of things. It inspired a whole sort of tale that bound this community together in some way. It wasn't long after the incident that the community started Turtle Days, a celebration. Really, I think that's probably the oldest one focused around a cryptid. And, it's still going to, of course, it didn't run last year, but it's still going in this day and age. And, Turtle Days are every year. They celebrate the Beast and Busco, and it's sort of a family-friendly big festival that is held to raise money for the community and so forth. And it remains a very curious legend.
That's a great story. It doesn't sound like they ever. When was the farm sold?
Oh, the farm was sold in, I think it was maybe 49 or something, because I don't have the date right off the top of my head. It took him, Harris bought the farm in 47, and, he only held it a brief time, essentially, before he was bankrupt.
So Oscar could still be out there, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's possible. There's all kinds of stories that grew up around it, in the aftermath, because there were stories about a Native American man a chief who had been in the region prior, who purportedly had a giant turtle as a pet. Then there were accounts afterwards of people seeing a giant turtle in other areas right around there. A lot of people thought that Oscar left that lake at some point and just went to another body of water somewhere because he was tired of being harassed. I mean, Harris did crazy stuff. At one point, he ran cables in, and he shocked the lake, hoping that he could use electricity to scare Oscar out of the water. And of course, that didn't work either. And he decided, well, it didn't work because Oscar just dug into the mud and the silt at the bottom of the lake, and was unfazed by it. So we've got a case where this guy held the property for 2-3 years, and by 1950 the farm is auctioned off and he's gone away, and the turtle carries on. So the cryptid wins, I guess you could say.
That's a fascinating story. I recommend anybody that's listening to go ahead and grab your book and get it on Amazon. It's called Monsters at the Crossroads, Cryptids and Legends of Indiana. I guess there's a bunch of stories in there, a Confederate soldier turning into a werewolf, oil pit squids, all kinds of crazy cryptids, and, of course, phantom cats and out-of-place gorillas. It seems like a fascinating book, and the cover is absolutely just amazing to look at. I want to talk to you a second about black-eyed kids, because I guess we got about 15 minutes left, and I do want to squeeze a little black-eyed kids story into this show. What can you tell us about them? Now we've done a show on black-eyed kids before about how they tend to want to ride somewhere. We talked to a guy who said he saw some black-eyed kids asking him for a ride, and then 20-30 years later, the same exact kids showed up at his house wanting to get in his house. Are these primarily the types of stories you hear?
For the most part, sure. That's a bit unusual. It's unusual for people to have multiple encounters with these things, although on rare occasions it does happen. I haven't heard that particular account you're talking about, but these accounts are sort of all within the same parameters with a few variations here and there. And inevitably what these entities are after are entrance, whether it's an entry into your vehicle or your home or your place of business or whatever it is. That's definitely one of the common themes of encounters with these things.
Yeah, it seems to be interesting stories. You wrote a couple books on them. What's the creepiest black-eyed kid story you've heard?
One of the creepiest, I don't know if it's the creepiest, but I'll tell you one of the creepiest is one that came from Texas, and it was from a gentleman who he got home. He had been to the market, and he got out of his truck. He had a few bags of groceries, and he walked across to his door. Now, his front door had a small set of steps that led up to it. And there's really nothing in this gentleman's yard. It's not full of trees or bushes or anything like that. It's just not much there. It's pretty bare. And as he climbs the few steps to his vehicle, to his front door after getting out of his vehicle, he suddenly sees that there is a young man standing on the ground next to his steps. And of course, this is somewhat shocking because this guy wasn't there, just moments before. And he sort of looks over at this boy who stares at him. He has solid black eyes, very pale skin. He looks at the gentleman, and his comment is it food time? This gentleman, he just doesn't know what to do with this. He doesn't even respond initially because he's trying to, I was speaking about earlier, he's trying to process this. No one speaks like that, obviously. And the boy repeats this. He says, I think it's food time. You should invite me in. Now, this gentleman has, in the course of this, had opened his front door, which is standing open, and he doesn't want to take his eyes off of this kid, but he sort of sees out of his peripheral vision that his dog is charging down the hallway. Now, the layout is that when the front door opens, there's a long hallway that goes back to the living room. And he sees out of his peripheral vision his trained attack dog coming around the corner, charging down the hallway towards the front door. The dog is barking, he's snarling, he's in attack mode. He almost reaches the front door when he tries to put the brakes on. Now, this is kind of a Scooby-Doo moment because he said this dog sort of dug in its hindquarters, but it was moving so fast that it fell over itself. So it tumbled over itself down the steps onto the yard, onto the ground, and just as quickly it jumped back up, now with its tail between its legs, running back up the steps and back in the house, terrified. Now, this was enough for this gentleman who quickly jumped in the door and slammed the door. The gentleman ran around to another room so that he could peer out the window and see what this kid was doing. And when he did so, the kid was gone. The dog was very affected by this encounter. It hid under the bed. For days he had issues with this dog, even getting it to act normal, because it was so traumatized, so affected by the presence of whatever this thing was. And, I think that it's a very creepy account. As I said, again, no one speaks that way. That's not normal language. Is it food time? And when you combine that with this reaction from this animal, we know that animals perceive things differently than we do. They sense things differently. Yeah. And something just terrified this animal. Something about this kid terrified this animal to the point that it altered the dog's behavior. Now, this gentleman told me that this dog prior to that was very well trained. It was, he had seen it kill snakes. It was, essentially fearless. And suddenly just being in the presence of this thing, whatever it was, I don't believe for a minute it was actually a kid, but being in this thing's presence altered this dog's behavior. I think that's one of the most significant sightings that I've come across, just because of the various aspects we can examine from the encounter. The classical black-eyed kid aspect with the appearance, the strange request, and so forth. But then also, again, this animal's reaction and how it perceived what was going on. And, of course, the witness's reaction, too, because, has this typical, he felt very disturbed and just didn't know, he was sort of locked up. He couldn't figure out how to respond, because how do you, if you suddenly see someone that issues a comment like that, how do you respond? It's the last thing you're expecting. This kid has come out of nowhere. There's nowhere for him to have popped up out of or to have, suddenly disappeared to. So, again, it's like we were talking about earlier. How do you balance these perceptions, or how do you understand what you're experiencing with this situation and how do you reconcile it with what you do understand.
Now, what do you think they are? You think it's a demonic entity, or do you think that they're cryptids all in their own right?
I wouldn't call them a cryptid because they're not animals, so to speak. But I do believe that I personally think there's something interdimensional. This kind of goes back to the theme we were talking about earlier with this idea that something can live on another level of existence, sort of right along beside us, but not exactly, sort of just a step over, if you will. And it's sort of the encounters sort of follow this theme where they kind of come and go as they please, and they don't seem to follow the normal rules, if you will. They don't appear as you and I would, walk into a doorway or something like that. There's something different about how they're manifesting. And if we look at them in comparison with a lot of other traditional lore, for instance, the jinn and so forth, then we can draw a lot of comparisons. One of the things I think that's confounding about the black-eyed children is that they share things in common with a lot of other types of strange phenomena. You mentioned demons. That's one of the most popular theories. In fact, the two most popular theories are sort of at opposite ends of the spectrums in a way. On the one hand, a lot of people believe there's something demonic, something literally from the depths of hell. And then other people believe that these things are some kind of an alien-human hybrid that are, attempting to do whatever, invade or exert some kind of control or whatnot. And while those things sound very, very different, at the same time, there are a lot of similarities we could look at in those manifestations. And if we really start to examine these different accounts from people really all around the world, as I said, we can look at a lot of different potentials for what they could be. So that leaves me with having to look at something that sort of can cover all the bases and do a lot of different things. And as I stated, I go back to the idea that there's something interdimensional.
Yeah, they seem to be. It's one of the, I guess, the biggest stories that scare me half to death. And another one would be shadow people. I kind of think that they're kind of from the same realm, so to speak, wherever that is.
Yeah, it could be. And it's fascinating when you look at some of this phenomena. There's a lot of people, of course, that think they have all the answers, but the reality is we really don't have the answers about a lot of these things. And shadow people is something else that you can look at. It's a little bit more focused, a little bit narrower, but again, there could be several things that explain what those entities are. I covered that some in my Strange Intruders book, and it's a very popular topic because so many people have seen some form of shadow person. When you get down to the bare bones of the encounters, then I think that you have to consider that there's not going to be necessarily one explanation that covers all the bases for what these things are. In some cases, I believe that they're possibly a residual energy from different traumatic, haunted locations. But in other cases, I think there's something clearly very conscious that, moves and interacts to a degree. And of course, many people report them being very menacing and sinister in nature.
Well, David, it seems like you've got a lot of writing to do. How many states do you've got knocked out so far?
Well, let's see. This is, I think the fifth one is about to come out, which is North Carolina. I'll be announcing another one soon after that, and there'll be a few of those out this year probably. But everybody's anxious, and, you can always hit me up if you have accounts from your own state. I welcome people sharing their encounters. You can reach me through my website, which is eerielights.com. There's a contact form on there. I always love to hear people's stories.
Awesome. And that's eerielights.com. The link will be in the description below. David Weatherly, thank you very much for taking time to speak with us today. We certainly do appreciate you we appreciate you coming on the show.
My pleasure, Michael. Thanks for having me on.
All right, and we'll be right back on Conflict Radio right after this. Welcome back to Conflict Radio. That was David Weatherly. Be sure to check out his website, eerielights.com. You can always look in the description box below for the link, and you can click on it there. Check out all of his books, and I'm sure he gets a lot of stories from a lot of people, so we're going to look forward to having him on again in the future. Remember, you can always find us on conflictradio.net. Just go to www.conflictradio.net. We're available on Apple iTunes, Spreaker, and all of your normal podcast catchers. Jared Murphy and I are going to start doing open lines live shows the last Thursday of every month at 8 p.m. Central Time. That's 9 p.m. Eastern. And this month, January 28th at 9 p.m. Eastern, is going to be our open line show. We encourage you to give a call in, Truck Bam, and check out the show. We usually go through and we'll talk in the chat to people in the chat room with us. So be sure to check that out on our Conflict Radio official YouTube channel. Until next time, batten down the hatches and be safe.